with these teams because it didn't work.
It's not that it didn't work. It did work because that's why fans are still passionate about football today. Because those kids who are introduced to it 20 years, 30 years later, those are the fans going to games now. Now, the reason why it didn't sustain was because the owners didn't want to put any more money towards it because it wasn't generating money then. Which any time you start a company, anytime you start with something like that, it's going to take a lot of capital to get it going before it starts to make money. There's not many companies that make money right out the gate and are profitable. So I think it laid the groundwork for where they're at today. I think it hit all of the things you talked about. Development, it gave players opportunity to play, coaches opportunity to coach, officials, even people at the TV level. But I also think it introduced the game to people over there who are now appreciate it for what it is and get excited about it. So I feel like eventually there will be a division over in Europe. That's probably the first step, and then it'll expand from there. But I don't know. I'm not sure how fans in America feel about that. Speaking of, we're actually going to tell you which NFL fan base is the best according to Nielsen's ratings.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and if you work in logistics, you know nothing moves without you. And right now, companies everywhere need skilled people to keep supply chains running strong. Find your next job through Express Employment Professionals. Whether you want contract work or a full-time role, Express Employment Professionals find you a job where your skills fit. And there's no fee for their help. Express connects you with the roles that keep business moving. Visit expresspros.com today. Stop searching alone. Get support, get options, and get to work.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T's and C's. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
Chiefs Kingdom. It's hot as hell, which can only mean one thing. We're putting Cody in Gold in an outdoor tent. No water, no more snow cones. But you get to listen from an air-conditioned car or the comfort of your office. Cody and Gold are live from the practice field at Chiefs training camp all summer long. Real-time updates and one-on-one player interviews. This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
America is turning 250 this year, and Circus Sports is celebrating by offering all users in Missouri $250. Dane Hughes here, and for everyone in Missouri, all you have to do is deposit $250 on your Circus Sports app. Then play through that deposit. Once you do, Circus Sports will reward you with $250 right in your account. This is available for everyone in Missouri, new and existing users. Celebrate 250 years and find out more at circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Hey, Chiefs fans, if you forgot to get your game day snacks or even run out of chips during the game, get it faster with Hy-Vee. Order online with Hy-Vee and get groceries as fast as 30 minutes. That's right, groceries as fast as 30 minutes. Get all your game day favorites without missing the game, because when you need groceries fast, you get it faster with Hy-Vee in as fast as 30 minutes. Some restrictions may apply, but that's Hy-Vee for the win. And go Chiefs!
How old is your roof? If it's over 15 years old, now's the time to catch small issues before they become costly repairs. Century Roofing has protected Kansas City homes for more than 36 years and installed over 36,000 roofs. That's why homeowners voted Century Roofing Best Roofing Company in Johnson County for the 5th year in a row and Best in Kansas City for the 2nd consecutive year. Schedule your free inspection today at CenturyRoofingKC.com. KC based and female owned. Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school season. General has to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
You already know that every Royals game is right here on 96.5 The Fan. But if you're looking for more Royals coverage, tune in to hear Royals insider Josh Fernier throughout the week. He joins Fescoe and Dusty every Monday morning at 8:20. Cody and Gold every Wednesday at 12:30. And he joins The Drive every Friday at 3. Miss anything? Check it out on the show podcast or All Things Fern Channel, wherever you get your podcasts. This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. Welcome into Fescoe and Dusty.
I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
A show that, analytically, exists between 6 and 10 weekday mornings on Kansas City's only FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, buddy.
Live from the studios that brought you.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Here's Bob Fescoe and Dusty Likens.
Well, good morning. Welcome in. It is 96.5 The Fan. Dusty off today. It is Mac and I. That is Mac Morey over there. I am Bob Fescoe along with you this morning here on a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday morning in the Midwest, right? How about that crisp fall air this morning, Macadoodle? That was good, right?
Let's go.
I mean, my goodness, how beautiful was it outside today? And I walked outside, I opened that garage door, I stepped outside this morning, and I went, it is football season, baby. Yes. Driving in with the windows down. I didn't have the top off today. I should have had the top off today, driving in on that.
Yeah, we're getting there now,
but
finally.
But also you get all these rainstorms that kind of pop and show up in the middle of nowhere, so sometimes it's best to leave the roof on. But it is that crisp fall day out this morning. The kiddos are back to school. Everything is right in the world.
Yeah,
and we, I was having lunch with a friend yesterday, and I'm like, how you doing? I'm like, kids are back in school. He's like, makes a huge difference. I go, you have no idea the huge difference that the kids being back in school absolutely makes. And they left for school at 7 o'clock, didn't get home till 8 o'clock. So they're busy, and it's wonderful, and it's great. And fall,
sports, everything, all the extracurriculars,
all that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Like this is kind of the last week of calm before everything kind of gets going again. Yep. And you're back into the fall sports and all of that. Wishing everybody luck this year with whatever fall sports you're playing. I know they're getting going, and football and all that kind of stuff is on the horizon. And I'm excited for Olathe East this year. I think they're going to be fun to watch because they got a lot of good sophomores that are coming up. And when your daughter's a varsity cheerleader, you go to every game and you get to watch these kids. And I've been watching these kids since 7th grade, so I'm excited about it.
That's kind of fun.
Actually, 6th grade, really.
Wow.
Yeah, the city champs, 8th grade year, one of the coolest football games I've ever been to was a middle school 8th grade football game, And so I'm looking forward to that, but really looking forward to the Chiefs now because the weather is here. It's cracked a little bit. It's gotten a little bit cooler. And
come on,
Cyrus Allen continues to make plays. I mean, this dude continues to make plays up at training camp. He's making one-handed grabs. He's dragging his feet. I mean,
that was awesome.
I'm one of these guys.
Sideline awareness, man.
You got to show it to me, right? I've been around the block. I've seen a lot of training camp darlings. I've seen a lot of people out there that look good in underwear, as Spags likes to say, running around doing their thing. And then they put the pads on, and you never hear from these guys again. There's so many guys over the years, that were like that. J.J. Moses immediately comes to mind. I don't mean to, take a shot at him, but so many people out there that have come and gone over the years. You look at them in training camp, like, whoa, this guy's going to be good. This guy, and the preseason's going to be really good. And then and you realize they're not really good. It's just like we're watching them play against nobodies. But I think
just play catch. Because a lot of this is just like they're playing catch.
They are playing
catch. They're in
catch.
Shorts playing catch.
They are. That's exactly what they're doing. They're out here playing. They're out here playing catch. But this guy is just different, is what I'm getting at. And I can watch this guy now. I've been covering training camp since 2001, for God's sakes, and you watch these guys over the years, and you see, and you kind of go, all right, I've seen this before. I've seen this guy's different, and it's fun to watch him play. It is fun to watch him make those catches. And you mentioned sideline awareness. If you didn't tell me that was rookie 5th-round draft pick Cyrus Allen, I would have said that's 5th-year player Odell Beckham Jr. for the Giants when he wore number 13, right? Like making those kind of plays. That was a veteran-style play that Cyrus Allen made along the sidelines. And so you're getting highlights like that from camp. The Chiefs, they know what they're doing with those highlights. They're outstanding. You're getting those highlights from camp. You're getting the cool weather kind of, starting to break a little bit. And now it really is that time to kind of move things forward and say, it is football season. It's time to get it going. Colleges are back in action and everything. And, you got preseason game number 2 coming up this week. And so we've got ourselves a big type of situation where, we can get excited and have some fun and do some good things because football season is finally here. So that is the good news today. The bad news is I don't think there is any bad news today. I don't think there is any bad news today.
We're good.
Yeah.
Even on a Tuesday, it's the worst day of the week.
I know.
We're still good.
Yep, it is. And so we're doing just fine. We're having a lot of fun today. Yep. And also, too, I don't know if you've noticed this today, but this is a big day. It's National Fajita Day. Today is National Fajita Day. Okay. And so I want to throw it out there to the Jay Southland Tow Service text line, 913-586-7965 for you as well. We'll have this conversation throughout the morning. What is the best Mexican dish? On National Fajita Day, you get one Mexican dish to have.
Yeah.
What is the best one? Which one are you choosing, and why? Now that's when you got to think about it a little bit,
there's
right?
so many. They're
There's
all so
great.
great.
So many great dishes.
They're all fantastic.
Yeah.
Usually I'm a creature of habit, and I get same thing a lot of times.
Of course.
But at Mexican restaurants, I switch it up every time because I know I'm going to like it no matter what.
Okay.
Chalupa, burrito, enchilada, quesadilla, I can do it all. But I've got a favorite. We can talk about it
all right,
later.
so we'll talk about it. The text line can weigh in as well here on National Fajita Day because it is pretty damn good. We're talking about football, and we've got the betting odds out because people want to know who's going to be that first quarterback to be benched this year in the NFL. I think it's probably going to be Justin Fields. That's just kind of where I'm going. I think Patrick Mahomes earns that starting job by the time we get to the opener of this thing. But it's an interesting conversation because, again, we take Patrick Mahomes for granted, and you realize that nobody has thrown for 5,000 yards since Mahomes has done it in 2022, right? And people look at that and go, oh, we got to do this better, got to do that better. Mahomes is doing stuff that people have not yet done. The 5,000 yards is an amazing number, right?
I think Herbert did it.
I just read something this morning that nobody's done it since Patrick Mahomes did it in 2022.
I guess in 2022, you're right, because he did it in 2022. No, you're right. You're right.
Since 2022.
Since 2022, you're right.
So
you're right.
Patrick Mahomes is doing some pretty amazing things out there. So we don't have to worry about him being benched. But when you look around the NFL, there are some teams right now, I don't want to say they're one hit away from losing their quarterback, because everybody's one hit away, as we know, from losing their quarterback. They're one bad play away from going, all right, we got to get this guy out of here. And when you're talking about benching a quarterback, or if you have a quarterback competition, it's pretty clear you don't have an answer at the most important position on the field, and the rest of the stuff really doesn't matter. And I don't know how many true quarterback competitions there really are in the NFL this year. I know we have one in Atlanta that's probably going on. That's probably the biggest one.
Cleveland.
That everybody talks about. Cleveland. I don't even know, though, if that's a quarterback. I think it's Deshaun's job, Mac. I really do. I mean, I look at that, and I feel like everything that's coming out of Cleveland lends itself to say, it is Deshaun Watson's job, and they liked the way he played on Saturday, He was like 11 of 15.
Yeah,
the coach thought he looked good.
good.
Statistically, it did, yeah.
Yes, eye test was rough, but if I told you, hey, Deshaun Watson's going to play all 17 games or he's going to get benched, which is more likely?
Oh, I would say probably get benched. Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of quarterbacks, though, right now in the NFL. But I think, I don't know, man. That's an interesting situation. I think he wins that job, and maybe Shador's not even on the team, and you just move away from that distraction. That's what I would do if I was Cleveland. If I'm picking Deshaun Watson to be my starting quarterback in Cleveland this year, I am not going to have Shedeur Sanders on the team. I am going to try to trade Shedeur Sanders or cut Shedeur Sanders because you've got Dylan Gabriel, right? And say what you want, backup quarterbacks, it's tough to win games no matter who your backup quarterback is. But Dylan Gabriel at least provides you a kind of a sense of calm because if you keep Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders on your team in Cleveland this year, well, you're opening the door for everybody to be screaming after play one. And that's something, if you're a legitimate organization, you take away all the distractions. You remove all of that nonsense. And so keeping Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson on the same team, I think is a major recipe for a distraction all season long. And then when he starts playing bad, which he will, people will start screaming about Shedeur Sanders. Now, from our standpoint, an entertainment standpoint, our friends in Cleveland who do our job, it's a beautiful problem to have. It's wonderful for them and for the entertainment industry and all that. But if I were the coach of the Cleveland Browns, I'd be like, look, man, it's one or the other. One of these guys is my starter. The other guy is out of here. And that's the way that I would operate. And because Deshaun makes the money, I would probably lean towards Deshaun Watson, and he's done after this year anyway, I think, right? You can move on from him, after this season.
Yeah, hopefully out of the league.
That's what I'm
That'd
saying.
Be fantastic.
Yeah,
just definitely off the Browns.
Just move on from him this year. And so just go with it this year. Shedeur's probably not going to be your starter going forward. You're probably going to have to get a quarterback in the draft.
100%, which is a great quarterback draft to do it.
Exactly.
Supposedly,
right. Yeah,
we say this,
we say this every year, and then it turns out to be like one guy.
Yes.
And so if you're the Browns, that's what I would do. And so when you look at the odds of who has the best opportunities to be benched, Deshaun Watson has the fifth best odds at plus 600. Tua has the best odds at plus 200. Who would you say is the guy you're picking?
Yeah, I would go Cousins or Watson. I think it's pretty clear, in my opinion, neither of them are going to play the full season. I would play Kirk Cousins as long as I could this year. I know that's becoming more and more of a conversation. I think Kyler Murray down there is actually kind of a fun combo. He's plus 800, so you can actually get some decent return.
I thought about that, Mac.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I hesitated on picking Kyler Murray because I was like, oh, yeah, Kyler Murray's my answer. But I also looked at who's your backup right now, right?
Yeah, it's 9.
And it's 9. Yeah, and so I think as bad as Kyler Murray is, I don't know that they're going to acquiesce and go to 9 because that was supposed to be a competition and they ended that fast.
Yeah, when your wide receiver, the best wide receiver in football, wants Kyler Murray to come onto the team and clearly wants him to throw him the ball. I think it's going to stay that way for a minute.
Yeah,
I just think the Kyler Murray thing. You know me, I'm hot on Kyler Murray. I'm hotter on the Vikings. I think it's going to go well, so I wouldn't make this bet.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to play well. I think he's a decent quarterback, better than he's probably talked about, and this is the best situation he's ever been in. But it's going to go one of two ways. It's going to go, Kyler Murray's this year's Sam Darnold, this year's Daniel Jones, this year's, name your reclamation project quarterback. Or it's going to go, okay, it's officially over. He's a backup QB. Let's see what we have left in J.J. McCarthy. If there's any juice worth the squeeze, and then we're done. I think it's one of two ways. So that's at least the bet with the odds. But yeah, Cousins or Watson is really where it's at.
Cousins or Watson. See, I'm going Jacoby Brissett with at plus 400. He has the fourth best odds to be benched in Arizona because every time I turn something on NFL related, they're talking about Carson Beck, man.
I love Carson Beck.
I hear about him a lot. And so that tells me that a lot of these folks that are watching this stuff and, watch the All-22 and have a keen eye for this kind of thing, they like what they're seeing out of Carson Beck right now. And so I have to kind of look at that with a, kind of a sideway view and go, if everybody's kind of liking Carson Beck right now, remember, Jacoby Brissett held out at the beginning of training camp and all that kind of stuff. He's not that good a quarterback anyway. I think he could be one. If things don't go great at the start in Arizona and he doesn't look like he's the part as that starting quarterback, why not see what you have in Carson Beck? Because you're in the same boat as Cleveland at this point in time. You're not playing for anything this year. You're playing for stuff in the future. And if you can play for stuff in the future and get a good look at Carson Beck, and maybe you stumbled upon a quarterback and you don't have to worry about a quarterback with a top 5 pick again this year, that's a great situation for Arizona to be in too.
Yeah, I'm with you on that part of it. On the let's see what we've got, and if we don't, we tank and we get somebody else. That sort of thing. But I will say, Brissett to me, like he's this era's Ryan Fitzpatrick. Like I don't think he's that bad. In 12 games last year, about 3,400 yards, 23 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and completed 65% of his passes on the Cardinals. Like he can throw it around. I think he gets a bad rap, but I think he's probably this era's Ryan Fitzpatrick, a really good backup and a starter who can win you a few games if he's on a decent team. He's not going to bring you to the playoffs. He's not going to put a team on his back, but he'll put together some numbers, and his preseason game was really, really good. But I agree with you, Carson Beck's was too.
Yeah, Carson Beck was really good, and so
Hall of Fame.
I'd like to see a little bit more out of him, and I think he can potentially challenge for some playing time later on this year. The worst odds to get benched, Patrick Mahomes at plus 3 million.
Yeah,
something like that. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, a big day in LA sports that could have an impact on every team in professional sports. We'll tell you what happened next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Saquon Thornton, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Window World are outstanding. Window World windows are the official windows of the Kansas City Chiefs, and they're the official window of the Fescoe household as well, because we have over 30 replacement windows from Window World. And we got them about, 6 or 7 years ago now. My wife is like, hey, we need replacement windows. I go, what, 1, 2, how many? She goes, no, all 30. And she goes, we're calling Window World because they are the best. Double glass windows. They stand on them at the showroom if you want to show you how strong they are. And when you get Window World windows, you're getting unbelievable replacement windows. In fact, don't just take my word for it. Take Good Housekeeping seal of approval, because Window World windows are just one of 2 windows with that Good Housekeeping seal of approval. And when it has that, that Window World windows are the best. We love them because it doesn't cost us money to cool the outside in the winter anymore, or the summer, because all that stuff is leaking out. The air conditioning, the heat going through your windows. No more with Window World windows. So if you want to get great windows in your home, get that free in-home estimate today at 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. That's 1-800-GET-WINDOWS, or at windowskansascity.com. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. It's Window World.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
August is here and the heat is not going to quit, and neither can you. If you're over 40 and the heat is taking its toll more than it seemed like it used to, it might be your testosterone levels declining with age. Visit Low T Center and find out if TRT therapy is right for you. Go to fixmylowt.com and book your free T-test today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Baseball fans, America's pastime is a game of decisions. Is it going to be a fastball or a sinker? Should you swing big or play for the bunt? And FanDuel is giving you that same strategy every Dinger Tuesday with a choose-your-own-reward customization, which allows you to transform the experience. Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager, and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your slip doesn't cash. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, you'll get extra winnings for the price of no extra cost. Whatever your style is, remember that you are in control. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use instantly on your next home run bet. FanDuel.com/local. Now choose your reward for every home run bet on Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs, and that's with FanDuel, an official partner of Major League Baseball, and also 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Option required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Hey, it's Bob Fescoe. Are high-interest credit cards and rising bills stressing your budget? You pay every month, but high interest makes getting ahead feel impossible. Your home's equity can help. A refinance with Golden Oak Lending consolidates debt into one manageable monthly payment, giving your budget room to breathe. Get a free mortgage checkup today. Call 913-890-GOLD or visit goldenoaklending.com. That's 913-890-GOLD. It's Golden Oak Lending, MLS 114937.
Why wait until January to make a big career change? You can get started today. At Centric, you can build job-ready IT skills in months, not years, with live instructors, hands-on experience, and career support focused on helping graduates connect with local employers who are currently hiring. Employers know what Centric training represents. Don't spend the rest of 2026 wondering what's next. Start now and step into the new year with a new direction. Centric gives you skills that move you forward. Visit Centric.com today.
Rob Sight Ford, KC's Ford volume leader and top rated on Google. 135th and State Line. Rob Sight Ford, your 2025 Ford volume leader. Top rated on Google with 4.8 stars and 3,000 plus reviews. The best selection, best prices, and Kansas City's best customer service. Visit Rob Sight Ford at 135th and State Line. Buy right, save big, and drive home a winner. Only at Rob Sight Ford.
Hey, it's George Karlaftis from the Kansas City Chiefs, and the guy who never responds in the group chat is definitely Chris Jones.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown, 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Back in on 96.5 The Fan. It is Fescoe and Dusty with you. Dusty off today, and Mac Morey is in as well here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac and Bob with you until 10 o'clock today.
Woo! Party time, baby. Party time. And you know, this year we've partnered with KCUC, who is donating $50 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for every home run the boys in blue hit this season. 1 in 8 men will face prostate cancer. Early detection saves lives at KCUC, Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced neurology team. You see the best in KC. Scheduled today at kcuc.com. $6,300 total this season, which means 126 home runs. 126 times they went yard, and they did it last night as well. Bobby Witt went yard last night, and Cags and Bobby Witt Jr. combined for 6 for 9, 5 runs, 5 RBIs.
There you go. Keep it going, right? Keep the young guys going.
Yes. Great combo, man.
Got to have it, right? Got to have it moving forward. I think this is kind of breaking news. I don't know if this is breaking news. I don't know if this is going to get steam later on today, but Roger Goodell was meeting with a German TV station, and he said, quote, "At some point there will be NFL teams outside the USA. I have no doubt this will happen one day," Goodell said. And then they talked about the team in the foreign country and its home field could potentially host a Super Bowl. And so, we've heard a lot about that. And where we're going in the NFL, this is totally a sidebar to everything. I don't know how feasible, in my opinion, that is. And this is me being the old guy in the room. I don't know how this is going to work. But I just look at it and I go, if you're a football player right now in the NFL, do you really want a home base in Europe, right? I mean, that's the question that's going to have to be asked, and it's going to be really up to the Players Association to find out if that is something that they want to do. But I will say this. I am 1,000% against expansion in the NFL because I just don't think we have enough good players anymore. We can't continue to water down the product. We talk about it all the time in professional sports, right? You want to have the best players playing, and I think we have in baseball and in football, those are the two sports we have here, and I really can't speak educated enough about the NBA, but about baseball and football, we don't have enough talent for the teams that we currently have right now, let alone expanding and adding more. And when you add more teams, you continue to weaken the talent pool and continue to drive down, all these guys that are going to get cut, right? Think about if there's more teams in the league. Those guys that teams are saying aren't good enough now are going to find jobs on teams, not because they're good, but because we need the players. And I just don't think expanding anywhere. Europe doesn't bother me anymore. I am so over that right now. But I am speaking from a player's perspective. If you're based in Germany and you got to commute to the United States 9 times a year, like it makes no sense whatsoever to do something like that. You'd have to establish almost a European division for the NFL overseas to make it equitable as much as you possibly could for those players that are playing over there on those teams. But I just don't think the talent, Mac, is good enough. I mean, we're talking about all these quarterbacks in our last segment. We're going Jacoby Brissett and, Tua and all of these guys that were kind of like on. They would have to play if this league were to expand.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders would have to start. Justin Fields would be somewhere. Chris Oladokun would maybe make it a look at somewhere. Like, that's not what you want. You do not want to see this. You don't want to see Jack Cochran as someone's leading tackler for a team. European division, it doesn't even make sense to me. I think you can be European Football League that can sometimes play NFL teams in preseason or something like that. But yeah, I don't think it'll work. I know it's breaking news as far as him confirming that that's what he wants. But I think we've known that all along. This is where it's headed.
Right.
More and more international games. They're obviously trying to get their footing down more and more and more. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I don't like the global expansion of the sport, and I think it's part of the over inundation that we've talked about for the last couple of years here.
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, it's too much.
It gets too much. I mean, when something's good, you don't want to overdo it, right?
Yeah.
You always want to keep that want and that desire and that drive to have more, that addiction, if you will, right? And now with the NFL being played every single night, you're kind of like, it'll be there tomorrow. Maybe I don't need to watch it. It's not as special. And if you continue to add teams to this thing, I mean, I look around the league right now and I think all the teams that you would move to London have gotten new stadiums. Buffalo's got their new stadium. Jacksonville's building, renovating their stadium right now. There's really not a team. Carolina's getting a new stadium. There's really not a team that you look at and you can say, all right, we need to relocate this team out there. And so at 32 teams, you're probably talking about expansion, and you would probably have to expand to 36 and create a European division. And to me, that just doesn't make sense. It just waters down the product, and it becomes East Toenail State taking on Alabama potentially, in one of those type of games because the talent has been watered down so bad. And I'm not saying those European teams are going to be the one that's void of talent. Any team could potentially be void of talent, right?
Depending on how it goes and drafts and how much money people are willing to spend and trades and all that sort of stuff. But, I mean, from the 417, maybe Goodell's banking on European talent filling the void. Look at what the NBA has done. Yeah, it's a perfect example, actually, because the NBA took years, decades of building leagues and building stuff outside of the United States to then bring them to the NBA, which is what made the NBA way better. Yeah. They are not going to the NBA or going to Europe with NBA teams. That's not what they're doing. They're expanding worldwide and bringing that talent to the United States. If that's what the NFL wants to do, absolutely.
Like grow the game first at the grassroots level is what you're saying.
Yes, the game is not grown. Showing people once a year in Europe, Germany, name your country name wherever you're going. Australia now, once a year, twice a year, that's not enough to really get talent to start playing the game. They're still all playing soccer. They're still all playing rugby. They're still all playing cricket way before they even touch an American football because they don't have a league there. They don't have a way to start. So you've got to now implement those things, again, from the grassroots, which the NBA has done a fantastic job since the 90s.
Right.
It's 30 years now they've really been working on this. So that's a lot of work that's done. It's just not, hey, we're going to go there once a year and play a game.
Let me ask you this, and this just kind of hit me in the head, and some of the older folks out there may understand this a little bit better because we've been through this. When I was in middle school, grade school, we were always told soccer is going to be the next big thing in America. Mm-hmm. It really hasn't ever taken off to be the next big thing in America. Youth sports-wise, professionally, no. Is this what we're seeing in Europe? Is football in Europe the equivalent of soccer in the United States, where it's cool for us to get up and watch the EPL games and we'll root for stuff like that, and maybe overseas it's cool for them to stay up late and watch the NFL, once in a while, but they're not really participating in the game and growing the game from a professional standpoint over there. We're still in our infancy stages, I would think, in soccer in this country, right? I go back to the Kansas Hall of Fame induction and listening to Cliff Illig talk about the growth of soccer, in the United States. And when they met with FIFA back in like 92 or whatever it was to get, the original World Cup in the United States, they were talking about and said at that point in time, if we bring the World Cup to the United States, you need to establish a professional league in the United States. Yeah. That's why the MLS was born. The MLS wasn't born because we've loved soccer. It was born because FIFA said, we'll give you the World Cup if you start a league. That was 1994-ish when they started that, right? Back in the early 90s, they started that. And here we are in 2026, and that league still isn't, where everybody thought it probably would be on the soccer standpoint. And so I think you're right, Mac. I think if the NFL wants to really get into Europe, and they're doing some stuff like this, but they need to do it more. They need to get in all the schools. They need to get all the kids playing and all that stuff, and then raise those kids as football fans.
Yes.
And then bring the NFL to them.
Yeah, and then eventually you'll have enough people actually knowing what the sport even is. I think a lot of people there still are like, oh, yeah, football's cool. We know the stars. We know Patrick Mahomes. We know Josh Allen. They're mega stars.
Kind of like us with soccer.
Yeah, us with soccer. We love Messi, but we're still asking what offsides
Who are the other 10 guys?
Yeah, we still don't know the rules, right? So I think that's probably the case over there with American football, whereas everyone in the world knows what basketball is. There's basketball courts everywhere. They've done the sport itself, not just the NBA, has been more global than football ever has.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, you think about it. We've had European guys come into the NBA for generations now.
Yes.
And look, I'll give the NBA a lot of credit, basketball a lot of credit. They figured it out. They grew that game internationally, and they've been doing it for a very long time. So the NFL is kind of behind the 8 ball on all of that, but we'll see where it goes. Of course, Goodell, as we're talking about today, talking to a German TV station, saying he does see a day when the NFL has a team in Europe. Did you follow the family drama yesterday that's going on in Los Angeles with the Lakers and the Bus family and selling the team, and the guy who originally sold the team, this Mark Walter, owns like other sports entities, and he's selling all of them because he's getting investigated and he may owe some people money. And,
he does.
And this may lead to the Dodgers getting sold. He's selling a European football team in the EPL. He's getting rid of the Lakers. And now, quite honestly, this Jeannie Buss situation where the Buss family tried to sell the remaining portions, and she's saying, no, we're not selling. I mean, it is as family drama as you get, man. This is the righteous gemstones in real life, man.
It really is. It really is. It's nuts to watch. Yeah, if you haven't been keeping up with this, the Buss Shams reported yesterday that the Buss family was selling the remaining about 18%, and then a couple hours later, Jeannie and her lawyer come out and say, no, this isn't true.
You know who Jeannie Buss's lawyer is, by the way?
Who is it?
Barbara Streisand's son.
Really?
Yeah.
What? This is a TV show.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
yes.
Wow.
This is a made-for-TV event that's playing out in real life right in front of all of us, and it's glorious to watch. I mean, family drama, man. Sit back and watch and get the popcorn ready. Brothers and sisters are going at each other. And so what had happened yesterday is that the rest of the Buss family, there's 6 siblings, 5 of them voted to sell the remaining 17.8% of ownership to the folks who bought the Lakers last week from this Mark Walter, who's selling everything he owns because he owes everybody money, apparently.
Yeah, Mark Walter, negotiated the unfair TV contract deal, and he owes a bunch for the Dodgers, that is, and now he owns a bunch of money in loans and insurance stuff, and he's got to sell everything, or he could face criminal prosecution.
Yeah, this guy's in a bad way. Like
he's
a
down
real bad way. He's down in a bad way. He needs cash, so he's selling everything out there. So,
and he still doesn't have enough money after selling Chelsea and the Lakers.
Right, he still doesn't have enough, which means the Dodgers will probably be next.
Sold.
And it tells you, and I heard from somebody yesterday, a source out in L.A. was telling me that this Jeannie Buss stuff and the way she's holding up now the sale may actually force him to have to sell the Dodgers because he needs more of this money that was coming in. And so the Buss family voted 5-1 to sell the remaining shares. Jeannie, the only one who didn't vote. She's the lead dog. She's the governor of the team. She claims that her vote overrides everybody else's vote because she's the lead dog on all of this. This is going to be a great kind of, thing to watch out for, to kind of watch, a great family drama that's playing out in the sports world right in front of us. But you had said something to me yesterday. You're like, man, I don't like the way this is going, not just for what's going on in L.A., but this could have a major impact on all sports teams.
Yeah, my brother and I were talking yesterday. We were just talking about the danger that this could do to all of sports. Just we've discussed it here on the show, just becoming more and more corporate. I mean, and you've got the BlackRocks of the world trying to buy these sports teams, and eventually you're not going to have any more Buss families. You're not going to have these the Hunt families. Those are going to start erode from sports, and that's what actually has made sports really, really great. And so now buying sports teams, if you've got a billionaire with a B, that is, like Mark Walter, having to sell these teams just to get through his crap that he's done to himself.
Self-inflicted, yes,
now, You have done this. You have done this sport in the sports world in a bad way, because now you have made it. Not forget the 1%. The 0.01% are going to be able to be a part of these teams, and I don't think they're going to be in it for the right reasons. In fact, I know they will not be. So I think this speaks to the danger that we could be seeing in the next 10, 20, 30 years as far as baseball, football, basketball, name your sport, could be seeing, especially, soccer, forget it, Chelsea, all those sorts of things are going to be a part of this because, again, Mark Walters having to sell the Lakers and the Chelsea, and he's now looking to sell the Dodgers at some point because he still doesn't have enough money. Now, that could speak in the short term to the good for Major League Baseball as far as the Dodgers maybe not becoming that super team, but who's going to buy them, And now you've
that's the thing. Who can afford to buy them,
exactly.
Right?
And you look at the people who just bought the Lakers and their political ties and things like that. You're now getting corporate politics. You're getting a new level of capitalism in sports that I don't think everyone's going to always love. You talk about just on a micro level, us getting priced out.
Yeah.
Us getting priced out.
The $2,100 for a family afford to go to a Buffalo Bills game this year is absolute blasphemy. It is pathetic.
Yes, and that's just
pathetic.
Going to keep growing.
And in a market like Buffalo, where it's a lot of blue collars, just like Kansas City, we all work paycheck to paycheck. $2,100 to take my family to a football game? Pound sand,
Not
man.
going to happen. Exactly, not going to happen. So if it weren't for me being thankful to have this job in 5 years, I won't be able to go to a Chiefs game if it weren't for that, right? Just so I can cover it. But that's the way I'm going to be able to get in that stadium.
I just told Spectre the other day, I said, look, we got 4 years left with our season tickets. I don't know that we're ever going to be able to afford to have those in the new building. Who knows what the ticket is going to cost? And so it's just, sports is getting to the point, though, where it needs to be careful, because if you outprice all of us as the casual fan, do you have a league? Because at the end of the day, yes, I know you make your money off the suites, and I know you make your money off the advertising and all of that kind of stuff, but you're able to make money off of that because fans are so passionate and they go to all of these games. And if sports gets to the point, man, where you're outpricing just the common American like all of us and we can't afford to go, you kind of move on and you kind of find something else. But $2,100, that's a ripoff to go to a Buffalo Bills game and watch them lose in the playoffs.
Asinine. Yeah, exactly. Well, but watch half of it depending on where you're sitting. Maybe you got a beam in front of you. But yeah, at some point this is going to, again, we're talking about over inundation in sports. At some point, yeah, we will end up being priced out if they're not careful. And you can't just expect people to keep showing up. We've got other stuff that we can do at some point. And sports has always been at some level about making money for the last,
forever.
For probably forever, but at least for your lifetime at least. And maybe if you want to go back 100 years, maybe it wasn't. But the last 70, 80, 90 years, it's been about making money to some level, right? But that's just in the natural way. Hey, this is a business. People are going to show up. We're going to put out a good product that people care about, just like any other business, right? And now it's becoming to the level where you're dealing with the top percents of the world, and the casual, the normal, the regular fan it isn't really on their priority list anymore.
No, it's not.
At all.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. The average fan is not a priority for these sports leagues, but it better get back to being a priority, because if you start outpricing everybody and nobody's going and nobody's paying attention, then you're not going to get the big boys to give you that money. It's a cyclical thing. And so the NFL and all these leagues do have to be careful to outprice all of us, because if they do, people are just going to move on. And I don't want to move on, because the last 5 years have been just absolutely awesome here in Kansas City for the Chiefs. I stumbled upon this yesterday. Over the last 5 years, the Chiefs are 12 games better than the second best team in the AFC West. Like, that is unbelievable domination. And that's having a 6-11 season last year, right? That's coming off of last year's 6-11 season. And this organization has been so good over the last 5 years that even with a year like last year, they still have a 12-game lead over the Chargers in the AFC West in the last 5 years when it comes to total record. And you look at that and you're like, that's 2 games a year plus better than everybody else in the division. So they're winning the division every year. They're not just winning the division, they're crushing the division every single year. And yeah, Denver's gotten better, obviously, and the Chargers are a nice regular season team. And so the division has gotten a little bit tougher for the Kansas City Chiefs. But that is utter domination right there. When you look at why this franchise has been good, it's because they take care of business, and they take care of business in a big way by just obliterating the competition. And as we get closer and closer to the start of this one, Mac, I'm starting to get the juices flowing a little bit. Like, we may see that domination again like we were used to over the last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's a battle for second. The Chargers 46 wins, the Broncos 44.
Yeah.
So that's really what it is. And then you've got the Chiefs at 58 and then the Raiders, at 31. That's just, I mean, that's too bad.
Yeah. BBL stinky.
Yeah, and that's with the 6-11 season. You're right. It's utter domination, and we'll see it continue for the next 5 years. I truly believe that. It'll get a little closer. I think the Chargers and Broncos both are starting off this next 5-year stretch. If you're going to take it in increments of 5, much better than they were at the beginning of this last increment.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be the Chiefs at the end of the day with the lead there.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it's incredible how good they have been and how much they've dominated the competition. But that's Andy Reid, man. That's like when he came in here, the importance was the division. You got to take care of business in the division, win the division. You get into the playoffs, take care of your opponents inside the AFC West, and they feasted on that. I mean, it's incredible. It really, when you look at it, they don't lose those division games. Hardly ever do they lose those division games. And so that's where they've made their living. It's been the reason why they've been so successful. And I was looking at something yesterday with the Denver Broncos schedule. It was at the gym, and they were going through the schedules on ESPN. There's a really good chance that the Denver Broncos start this season at 1-2 because they have the Chiefs in the opener, and then their third game is against the Rams. And so you could be looking at a potential 1-2 start for the Denver Broncos. I don't know who their second game is.
Jaguars, so I really like.
The Jags. I mean, that's a heck of a game right there. That's a tough first 3 for the Denver Broncos. That's why I think it is so important, Mac, for this team to go out there and take care of business on opening night and get that win and put that pelt on the wall, because you're competing with the Broncos all season long. You punch them in the face on Monday night, they got to get up the next week and play Jacksonville, who was a playoff team. Then they've got to get ready to play the Rams, who a lot of people are saying are the best team in football. Those are the first 3 games for the Denver Broncos. Then the schedule gets a little bit easier for them as the year goes along. But those are 3 important games right there, and that's why that first game of the year is so vital for the Chiefs. Not just to get off to a good start, but to take care of the Denver Broncos and maintain a 1-game lead on the Denver Broncos for a good portion of this season and make them fight from behind.
Yeah, if you look at the schedules, both the Broncos and the Chargers start out way more difficult. The Chargers have 2 cupcakes to start the season. Then they have, similar to the Chiefs, maybe the toughest 7-week stretch in all of the National Football League. But after that, their schedule gets much easier, whereas the Chiefs, that you mentioned, it is much more backloaded. We have spoke to how imperative it is for the Chiefs to start hot, and it really, really is. Because you look at the Chiefs, I mean, yes, you've got the Broncos. We'll see about what the Colts are this season. They got the Seahawks somewhere in the middle of that early stretch. But in the start of November, Jets, Falcons, Cardinals, that's you got to go 3-0. You got to start out 3-1, and then by all of a sudden you're 6-2, 6-3 with a loss to the Seahawks, maybe a loss to the Chargers, and you are now multiple games ahead because the Chargers and the Broncos, to your mention, have a tough road to hoe to start their season.
They really do. I mean, it's an opportunity for the Chiefs to get like back to those days where we were crushing September. Remember those days
the best.
when the Chiefs would never lose in September, right before last year? Get back to those days where you crushed the month of September, you own September, you dominate in September, and then that carries you the rest of the way. That's why it's important to have a hot start. You can't win the division, obviously, in the first month of the season, but you sure as hell can lose it in the first month of the season, and a hot start is everything. And if you don't get off to a hot start, it's really tough to kind of make up for it at the end. And so if the Chiefs can take care of business with the Broncos in that first game, bro, it's going to be so much better for everybody.
It's going to be massive, yes.
So much better. Coming up, he stole the day yesterday at training camp. We'll tell you who it was next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Jaden Caney, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, at the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2, their mission is pretty simple, right? Let's connect everybody in Kansas City and build strong partnerships between our members, business partners, customers, and community. And there's 0 cost to become a partner contractor with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2. So if you're an architectural sheet metal contractor, they'll provide a flexible workforce for your project demands, timelines, and economic conditions. That way you can get out there and bid on every project imaginable. And when you partner with us, you're connecting to elite craftsmanship, Our members install metal roofing, siding, and decorative features on our region's most landmark buildings, Bartle Hall, the Kauffman Performing Arts Center, and the Crown at Kauffman Stadium. And there's no downside. It's completely free with zero obligation. Just straightforward information on how to grow your business and profit margins. Sheet Metal Workers Local Number 2. We're an old union with a new perspective on business. Learn more at sheetmetal2.org.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of acid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey, it's the Lawman giving you a couple updates. Just settled a case for $1.175 million on a commercial vehicle accident, $750,000 on a motorcycle accident, $557,500 on a premise liability case. Call the Lawman. If you've been charged with a felony DWI, call the Lawman. You only got a short window to get the admin filed in Missouri and in Kansas. Call me now.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It shouldn't be based solely on advertisement.
Fire up the grill. It's football season, and Booth Creek Wagyu is beefing up your game. When you buy 10 pounds or more of our legendary Booth Creek Wagyu ground beef, you'll get it for the unbelievable price of just $8 a pound. That's America's most premium ground beef at grocery store prices. And don't forget our world-class Booth Creek Wagyu steaks and free samples available at our 2 locations, 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, inside the Deer Creek shops. And we're always open at boothcreekwagyu.com.
America is turning 250 this year, and Circus Sports is celebrating by offering all users in Missouri $250. Dane Hughes here, and for everyone in Missouri, all you have to do is deposit $250 on your Circus Sports app. Then play through that deposit. Once you do, Circus Sports will reward you with $250 right in your account. This is available for everyone in Missouri, new and existing users. Celebrate 250 years and find out more at circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Michaela, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You found your dream engagement ring. As a jewelry consultant, I recommend to start shopping for your wedding band 6 months before your big day. Don't worry. At Shane Company, we're here to help you find the perfect bands. Our men's and women's bands are crafted to high-quality standards, and it shows in every detail, with a stylish design and comfortable fit. At Shane Company, we'll take care of your engagement ring and wedding bands for life, because a friend wants you to say, I do, to your rings again and again. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This report is brought to you by Rawhide Harley-Davidson.
It's Rawhide Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2026 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Finance specialists on site to get you approved only at Rawhide Harley.
Approved credit in Sunday.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Belton 49 northbound. Off we get on again. Slow stuff from Cass Parkway up to Missouri 58. Accident was blocking the left lane briefly. Now off to the left shoulder, and things are just a little sluggish in the area. Kansas side 635 southbound filling in, approaching I-35. Alan Carr 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, back at it here, 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe and Mac Morey today. Dusty is off. He will be back tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, the second depth chart came out. I know Mac is champing at the bit to talk about it, and we'll also talk about coming up. You're going to get the opportunity to react to who you think is the most important player for fixing the offense this year. We'll discuss that coming up in 12 minutes, and I'm interested to see what everybody has to say because I think, well, at least the two of us anyway, we're probably going to be a little bit different than each other, which is good. It opens it up for discussion. So, Who do you like? I like Mahomes. So do I. Okay, great. Next.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Okay. Sweet.
And sometimes the obvious answer is the right answer, right? Mm-hmm. It is Patrick Mahomes. Delane kind of stole the day yesterday doing his highlights, right? Great. I mean, we saw him against Rashee Rice. We saw him against Cyrus Allen. We saw him against, I want to say, Caldwell, was it maybe? Or
I don't know. I can't remember who
there
the
was
third was.
Three guys.
Yeah, three clips that were really circulating.
That were going around the interwebs yesterday. Cyrus Allen, Rashee Rice, and Nico Remigio were the three wide receivers that Delane was going up against in practice, and none of them caught a ball. I mean, his coverage was all over the place, and I mean, I don't know if there are penalties or anything like that or how the NFL is going to call it, but man, I was really impressed with what I saw out of him in those quick camp highlight videos. Now, they're highlights, obviously. You don't see every single play, but with a guy that was injured, a guy that's a rookie, a guy that's young, a guy that we're counting on as a top 6 pick, the highlights of him being in pads and ready to go, he looks the part right now, doesn't he?
No, he really does. I like him using his size. I like him being physical. That's the way Chiefs corners have played for the whole Spags era, even back to Bob Sutton, where they're very handsy. They like to be in your jersey, which at some point will bring the penalties. So he's going to have to watch that. But yeah, I think I love what I'm seeing so far. And if he is the number 6 overall pick, if he really is that good and he's an immediate impact guy, you're going to have two really, really solid starting corners in Noah Williams and Mansour Delane.
Yeah.
And if Jaden Hicks if that first preseason game is any indication of what we're going to get out of Hicks, and I really like Alohi Gilman. Now, there's a clip of him getting absolutely burned by Travis Kelce. Which is so funny. You got NFL fans, not Chiefs fans, kind of being like, wow, Alohi Gilman, cut that guy. It's like Travis Kelce's been doing this to every safety and every corner in the league for the last 15 years.
Dude, I've been telling people he's done this. I mean, for 15 yeyears. Fake left, go right.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time, and nobody can figure it out.
That's such a good fake.
Alohi Gilman looked like he blew a tire, bro.
It was
bad.
It was so bad. And that's him at 36 years old. But either way, if both those guys, you got Gilman and you got Hicks playing like they're going to possibly be playing, I mean, that secondary kind of been one of our worries, kind of been a topic over these last couple of months. Like, okay, how are they going to be able to perform? Well, I think we're seeing slowly but surely, okay, maybe this won't take as long as we thought it would.
Yeah, and that's why you let the process take its place, right? Yep. I mean, my wife always says this saying, stop borrowing trouble, right? And it's easier said than done because that's what we do. We're humans. We worry like it's nobody's business because that's what we're conditioned to do. We worry about things that we don't have control of. And then when things take place and we're like, oh, okay, it worked out the way it was supposed to work out, right? And that's kind of the way that training camp is going. That's why I don't get so worked up over somebody with the ones or any of this stuff in training camp. They're trying to figure things out. And when you have an operation like Andy Reid has had for 40 years in the NFL and been around these great coaches, he usually figures it out. And so that's what makes me excited about this is because we're seeing not only Delane doing good things, we're seeing him against Cyrus Allen and Rashee Rice, two of the better receivers now. And I think you can put Cyrus Allen on. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, on our team.
On our team.
I think right now you can put Cyrus Allen into that category on our team. He wasn't doing it against guys that are going to be cut.
No, I'm excited about that. I do want to see him do it against better competition.
Sure.
We don't have the best route runners in the league or even in the division or what say you. this preseason game, which we'll talk about later on the show, is the most important, and it's imperative to me, in my opinion, that he does play and goes and gets reps against Emeka Egbuka and those other guys.
Are they playing anybody, though, down there?
Yeah.
They are, okay.
Yes, Baker Mayfield and those guys
They're
will be playing.
splitting time. Baker and the backup are 50-50 this week.
Daniels.
So Jalen Daniels, the Jayhawk, right, had a great game. And now all of a sudden, hey, look, if you're Tampa, man, you got to figure out what's going on in the future, too. I mean, this is a year where you got to figure it out. Like, are we going to let Baker walk after this season? Are we going to pay Baker? Like, I think Tampa's pissed at Baker right now, and I think Baker's pissed at Tampa. He felt undervalued.
I think they're both justified.
Yes.
Yeah, they're both justified.
Both can be true.
Yeah.
Both can. So when something like that happens, that may be a marriage that's kind of done. Maybe he's going to move on, and so maybe they want to see what they have in Daniels, if that's somebody that they can build around moving forward. Who the hell knows? He may turn out to be a better quarterback in the NFL than he ever was in college.
That'd be crazy.
That would be wild.
KU fans.
Oh, yeah, KU fans lose their mind over that. All right, who's having a tough Tuesday, Mac, in your book today?
How about Shams? Shams yesterday reporting about the NBA and Jeannie Buss, as we just talked about, selling. And then, of course, that comes out later. Hey, this actually isn't happening. Here's Jeannie Buss saying no, and my lawyer saying no, we're not going to be doing that. We're not selling this 17.8% ownership. And then you've got the whole thing with him reporting, hey, by the way, it looks like ESPN's found out that no wrongdoings has been done by Steve Ballmer and the LA Clippers. He was not actually funneling any money to Kawhi Leonard. And then the NBA comes out and says, there's some erroneous stuff about these reportings, and we're still conducting our investigation, and there's actually a lot of inaccuracies in this report. 0 for 2 yesterday from Shams.
Yeah, I heard from a source out in L.A. again yesterday that I was talking to, and this person told me, they go, this stuff in the NBA with Ballmer, I've been told this happens all the time. He just got brazen with it and wrote too big a check. They go, this happens all the time in the NBA, and everybody just kind of looks the other way. And so maybe they're just looking the other way in the NBA because that's normally what they do. But this is going to be an interesting one to see how it plays out. ESPN defended Shams yesterday. We stand behind our guy.
Yep.
Which was great. So now you got ESPN and the NBA fighting. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. No, I mean, this happened in New York for sure. I've mentioned that. But there's no way Jalen Brunson just took a $150 million pay cut. I guarantee you they're funneling money to Jalen Brunson.
Well, after talking to somebody who covers the league yesterday, and they're telling me, oh, yeah, we hear about this stuff all the time. I'm like, okay. Look, man, stop trying to think sports, and I'm talking to all of us, is altruistic. It is not. It is dirty.
It is, and I do hope the league does something about this, and I hope they put a stop to a lot of that.
Well, they got to shut down everybody now, apparently, from doing this because, Jalen Brunson taking $150 million.
Oh, he's such a nice guy. Wow, how generous. Stop.
Nobody takes $150 million. Nobody takes a pay cut.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, $150 million pay cut out of the goodness of their heart.
No.
Yeah, so, just kind of
saying he's not a good guy.
No, it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But he's not giving $150 million back.
Just so he can have OG Anunoby next to him.
Yeah, that's not happening. My tough Tuesday goes to Jordan Tyson of the Saints. Out 2 months now with a hamstring injury. This is a guy that a lot of people in Kansas City wanted. I don't know when we're going to see Jordan Tyson, a wide receiver with a hamstring injury, now already out 2 months. You're talking about Halloween probably before you even see him. We kind of dodged one there, guys, right? Not having a draft. Imagine if that was our guy. And that was the wide receiver one. You'd be losing your mind over there right now.
Yeah, I'd be so pissed.
You'd be sitting in a corner, sucking your thumb, rocking back and forth, claiming the season's over and your cats are falling from the sky. But that sucks if you're New Orleans to have that guy have a hamstring injury. But we dodged one there here in Kansas City. Tough Tuesday for Jordan Tyson, man.
Yeah, it was never about the talent. It was always about the injury history. 2022, torn ACL, MCL, PCL. 24, fractured collarbone. 25, sprained ankle. 2025, sprained hamstring. 2025, strained hamstring. 2026, strained hamstring. 2 months for that, man. And that's just something that'll never really go away. He's 6'3", 6'4". It's a big old hamstring that he's got. So It was never about the talent. He looked like a wide receiver one in those camp highlights. But, this is why Brett Veach stayed away. So I apologize to you, Brett Veach. Good job.
Yep, you got to stay away from guys that are injured. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, he's the most important player for fixing the offense this year. And it ain't Patrick Mahomes. We'll tell you who it is next.
Kansas City, it's Omar on the lot. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of the Chiefs, my friends over at Hy-Vee are getting ready for a great way to help you celebrate the Chiefs this season because they have everything you need for game day. Whether you're tailgating at home, whether you're going to the game, you're hosting a watch party, it doesn't matter. Hy-Vee is the only place you need to go to get ready for game day. They've got everything in one easy stop. Ribs, wings, party trays, dips, those amazing Chiefs-themed cookies and cakes, plus a huge selection of beer, wine, and spirits. And Hy-Vee has a huge selection of official Chiefs gear in every size and style for your whole family. So let Hy-Vee also do all of your game day shopping. Just place your order online and schedule your pickup or delivery. It is a game changer, and we can attest for that. Having Hy-Vee do the shopping for you and having it delivered or picking it up makes life so much easier, especially now with school being back in session and everybody doing a million different things. So let Hy-Vee do all of your game day shopping. Go to Hy-Vee and get all your game day food and game day wear for the Kansas City Chiefs and elevate your home gate only at Hy-Vee.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist. Broken thumb can't make a fist. Busted knee, surgery. That patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. We're in the Midwest, where tornadoes are real and our water table is high. So we practically tap a well every time we dig a basement. As a plumber, I could tell you that water always wins. This month, we have a sump pump special. $200 off a main pump or $400 off a battery backup system. Protect your basement. If you haven't used us yet, we would love to win you over. Visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com to schedule.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Missouri.
This report is brought to you by Bet365. Winning is everything.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. RENNER, forward and back.
Almost Andy Reid here. Summer heat can put your garage door to the test. Stay ahead of the game with a Renner Garage Door summer tune-up. Plus, get free repair or replacement quotes and $100 off a new garage door. Forward and back.
RENNER.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLInjuryLaw.com.
Missouri side Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, heavy at 3rd Street off of Get On Again, slow to 470. Blue Parkway westbound, pretty heavy approaching Nolan for about a half mile. Kansas side, 635 southbound, slow from Gibbs to 35. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Cody and Gold are live from the practice field at Chiefs training camp this summer on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. This is Fescoe and Dusty.
I got Mahomes' balls in my hands.
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, football.
From potholes to pop-ups, we got it covered.
Hey!
Here's Bob Fescoe.
Take a bite out of my ass.
And Dusty Likens.
Big nuts.
Back at it here on 96.5 The Fan. It is Fescoe and Dusty. Mac Morey in today. Dusty is off. We'll be back tomorrow. I just noticed my shirt here matches the urinal screen color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go look at the urinal screen today, and it matches. I'll be honest with you. We got a new urinal screen in there today. I like the fresh scent of a new urinal screen.
I like it too.
Right? It smells nice. It smells like watermelon.
No, it's good.
Right now.
Oh, watermelon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, go take a whiff of the urinal
Luxury.
screen. Yeah,
Okay.
it's good. Yeah, right now. And then later in the day, obviously, once everybody goes, it will not smell as fresh.
No, it will not.
In there, but it is the same color, this light green that I'm wearing today.
Kind of has more spray back sometimes with the screens.
Let me ask you this. Totally, I mean, I can't believe I'm going to raise this question, but I bet the text line goes nuts, Mac, okay? When you pee in a urinal, do you pee against the back wall of the urinal or onto the screen?
Yeah, I'm going back wall. I'm going bottom, back wall, 6 inches above the screen.
Okay, so you're above the screen. Text line, J South Tow Service text line. They love sponsoring this, right? Where do you pee in a urinal? Do you go for the back wall or do you aim at the urinal screen?
I think if you're aiming at the screen, you're getting splash
You're
back.
getting splash. You're getting splash back, right?
You gotta be careful.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Lower to the back wall.
Yep, lower back wall, maybe even
And it's quieter that way, too. You ever walk in and somebody's peeing on a urinal screen, it sounds like water's running and it's the middle of a rainstorm?
Yes, exactly. That's why I thought someone was peeing loudly on Friday, and then it was like, no, it was just our bathroom flooding upstairs.
Oh,
So,
yeah. I missed that on Friday.
Yeah, you guys
I
had
guess,
both left, and I went to go take a pee before we left, and yep.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Well, there you go. So what's the text line saying on that? Where do you pee? If you're American in the living room, what are you in the bathroom?
European.
There you go. Get bent. Before we get into the most important player on the offense, Keenan Allen signed with the Colts overnight. I know that's a kind of a late developing story this morning here, but a one-year deal worth over $8 million with the Indianapolis Colts. And, if they're holding out for Tyreek Hill, whatever. At this point in time, I'm not interested in Tyreek Hill being a part of this team at all. And would I have been interested in Keenan Allen? Yeah, probably so.
For sure.
But I also like to see the way that some of these young guys are starting to produce. And again, they don't have any money to go out and sign Keenan Allen. They're very tapped at where they are right now from a cash standpoint this season. So it's not like they have the money that they can go outbid. They put all of that into Kenneth Walker. They're going to invest into these young guys, and they really think that the coaching change is going to make that difference with this team. And so I don't really see them adding anybody, at that wide receiver position at this point in time, right? Things can change. Guys get cut. Rosters change all over the NFL. There may be a trade that you can't resist. Who knows? But at this point in time, just judging based, and I judge it based on what I saw Andy say yesterday when he was asked about Chad O'Shea and DeMarco Murray, the new coaches that are part of this organization. And he said yesterday, he goes, I love the teaching that these guys are doing. And I heard him say that, and I'm like, that's the stuff that we've been missing.
Yes.
Look, at the end of the day, when you look at coaches, and Andy will tell you this because I'm stealing this from Andy Reid, okay? This is a direct steal from Andy Reid. Coaches are teachers. And if you aren't a good teacher, you will never be a good coach because it's all about how you communicate that message and put people in the right position to be good. You've had classes in your life where you didn't jive with the teacher, right? Or you didn't understand what the teacher was doing, or maybe the teacher wasn't that good and you didn't do well in that class. But if you had it with a different teacher, you probably would have done better, right? And They're just like anything in life. Just because you're a teacher or a doctor doesn't mean you're good at what you do. Vip. No, I kid. And the only reason I say it is because he's up in Vegas right now wandering around, right?
Oh, let's go.
I mean, everybody finishes first or last in their graduating class. You still call them a doctor. You still call them the teacher. What I'm getting at is just because you have that title of teacher or doctor doesn't mean you're good. There are great teachers out there. There are good teachers out there. There are exceptional teachers out there. And then there are really bad teachers out there. And so when you look at the coaching ranks right now, Andy Reid is one of the greatest. He's teacher of the year, right? That is teacher of the effing year. But on his staff, he had a couple of guys last year that were teachers that probably needed to not be back. You know, they didn't do a good job in teaching. And so he went out and found a great teacher at that wide receiver position. And that's what he was talking about with Chad O'Shea yesterday. I was just smiling listening to it because, yes, that's what I want to hear. We finally have a teacher in there that's going to teach these guys how to play that position in the NFL. We all need help in life. No matter how good we are at what we do, we need the assistance of others. And to have Chad O'Shea and DeMarco Murray that can teach these guys now what they were lacking, I think it changes so much. The dynamic is going to be so much better.
Yeah, it's those behind-the-scene changes that aren't going to show up in fantasy drafts. They're not going to show up on the national, get-ups or first takes. But we know right here in Kansas City just how massive. And if you're going to training camp, I mean, you're seeing it and you're hearing the changes that have happened these last few months inside the building. It's going to take a big, big shift, especially with how young of a team. You talk about those skill players in the wide receiver and the running back room for DeMarco Murray. Those are young guys. They're all still learning. Coaches are still learning. And so when you've got a guy like Andy Reid as the leader who's teaching the teachers too.
Right.
I mean, it's really important. It's going to have a big ripple effect on this team.
Coaching the coaches, teaching the teachers. And, in college, I took a class. It was African-American Women's Studies. And I took that class because you have to take a lot of different stuff, to broaden yourself. And I was like, I don't know anything about this. The teacher that I had was so dynamic. I enrolled in another class of hers next semester.
That's awesome.
Because she was so awesome. And I had a connection to that teacher, right? Sometimes you just have that connection where it doesn't matter because that doesn't sound like much of it. Like African-American women's studies, does that sound interesting to a 22-year-old kid or a 21-year-old kid or an 18-year-old kid? No, it doesn't sound that interesting. But she made that class so interesting that I was signing up for more. And so I hope Connor Embry has that same effect now, especially in Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy, Mac, who were here through all of this. I hope they're having an awakening right now and going, oh, okay, now it makes sense. And you've seen kids, whether it's in your classroom, your own kids, teachers, they talk about it all the time. When the kid gets it and has the I got it moment, it's one of the most rewarding things for a teacher or a parent. And I hope these wide receivers, Mac, are having that, I got it now moment with Chad O'Shea.
Which kind of brings us into our topic, who's the single most important player for fixing the offense this year, and I do think it's Rashee Rice. I think Ken Walker's going to be massive, but he's not fixing the offense. He's going to fix the run game. But to fix the offense again, this offense will go through Patrick Mahomes. And 15's not going to be my answer because, of course, he's the most important. He's the quarterback. Right. So, come on, we can get past that. And we know what he's going to do. Rashee Rice, we need to see him improve. We need to see him take that step, whether that's on his own volition or by teachings from Chad O'Shea. We need to see him get better, stay out of trouble, play all 17 games, and have a 1,200-yard type season. He needs to be the lone 1,000-yard receiver on this team because no one else is capable of really doing it. We've seen what he can do against zone coverage. We've seen what he can do with the football in his hands, the yards after the catch. All that stuff's great. That burst, that explosion needs to stay after this knee injury. I've got some growing question marks as far as that's concerned with some of the clips that I've seen in training camp, and it's just clips in training camp, but is that explosion still there to the level that it was last year, the year before? Because Cyrus Allen is awesome. We're really excited about him, right? It's great. 5th-round pick, looks like, from Brett Veach. Might have found a diamond in the rough. I don't think he's a number one wide receiver, at least yet, and I don't really know if that's in his future. Xavier Worthy, I think that's a number 2 at best wide receiver. So you've got 2 twos. Can Rashee Rice be that one that Mahomes can count on? Away from Travis Kelce and away from Ken Walker, you need a wide receiver. And Rashee Rice has shown in flashes, shown in even spurts for a month or so that he can do it. But against man coverage, because now the book's out on Rashee Rice. He can kill it in a zone. He can kill it off a screen pass, a little slant route against zone, and he can take a ball and go. But all right, if you've got a good corner who's just going to say, hey, I'm going to put my hands on you, I'm going to be in your jersey, I'm going to be on you, do you have the ability? Do you have the fundamentals?
And that's where the teaching comes into play.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly
How to get off this guy. You know, here's what I'm going to teach you because I've been doing it for 17 years. When a guy does this, you do that. Mm-hmm. And somebody who hasn't had, I hate to use he didn't play in the NFL because I don't think that matters, but I do think what matters is understanding and how to coach and work your way up and not be coaching a position that you have no business coaching. And that's where Connor Embry was for the last couple of years. And so now having somebody in there with the ability to teach and lead is going to be so much more beneficial because like I always struggled in math, but I went to a math tutor and they would teach you tricks on how to do stuff. And that opens your eyes and opens your mind a little bit. And so if you got a guy like Connor Embry who doesn't know the tricks. He can't teach the tricks. That's why, knowledge is the most important thing in the world and why education is always going to be undefeated. For me, it is Kenneth Walker, though. Yeah. And I'll tell you why coming up next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Kyra Stoner, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Window World are flat out amazing. And my wife actually just texted me this morning. She goes, we've had those Window World windows since 2017. I go, oh my gosh, it's been almost 10 years since we've had the Window World windows installed in our home. And we couldn't be happier with those Window World windows. They're the official windows of the Kansas City Chiefs and the official windows of the Fescoe household as well. And it was a very easy decision for us to make back in 2017 when we got those windows. My wife said, we're going to Window World. I said, okay, sounds great to me. And then she told me why. Window World windows are one of the 2 windows with the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. They're ranked #1 in windows sold in the country by Qualified Remodeler magazine, and they have lifetime warranties that covers all parts, glass breakage, and labor. And I'm thinking with kids and a dog, I need as many warranties as I can get. And it's paid off. The dogs run through the screen door. They come out. They replace it. It is outstanding. I love our relationship with Window World, and you will as well. So it's time to get that free in-home estimate scheduled. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. 1-800-GET-WINDOWS or at windowskansascity.com. That's 1-800-GET-WINDOWS. It's Window World.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Baseball fans, America's pastime is a game of decisions. Is it going to be a fastball or a sinker? Should you swing big or play for the bunt? And FanDuel is giving you that same strategy every Dinger Tuesday with a choose your own reward customization, which allows you to transform the experience. Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your slip doesn't cash. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, you'll get extra winnings for the price of no extra cost. Whatever your style is, remember that you are in control. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use instantly on your next home run bet. FanDuel.com/local. Now choose your reward for every home run bet on Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs, and that's with FanDuel, an official partner of Major League Baseball, and also 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Option required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special both for you and your partner. At Heartland Men's Health, we take great pride in providing excellent care and treatment options for ED. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no 2 cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices: Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
What's up, KC? It's Drew Tranquil. The team I hated losing to most in college was undoubtedly USC.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
South side on the Kansas side, 435 westbound, heavy approaching Metcalf with an accident reporting. Missouri side, Lee Summit, US 50 westbound, heavy at 291 south, off again on again, slow stuff all the way up to 470. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
All right, we're back here on 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, Mac Maury with you. Dusty off today, back tomorrow. And we were talking in our last segment about the single most important player for fixing the offense this year for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get back into that in just 1 second, but we got some money to give out, huh?
Yes, we do. This year we've partnered with KCUC, who's donating $50 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for every home run the boys in blue hit this season. 1 in 8 men will face prostate cancer. Early detection saves lives, and at KCUC, Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team, you see the best in KC. Schedule today at kcuc.com. Right now, $6,300 total dollars have been raised with 126 home runs last night. Bobby Witt hit 1, and Cags and Bobby had a night. They were, 6 for 9 or something like that, combined 5 RBIs, 5 runs. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, really good night last night for the boys in blue. And you said earlier that the most important person to the rebirth of the offense is Rashee Rice.
Yep,
it's
Rice.
hard to argue, that. I'm going, though, with Kenneth Walker III, K9, as he's called here in Kansas City.
Yes.
And the reason I go with him is because he really does have the ability to change the entire dynamic of this offense. And what I mean by that is actually being a person that can run the football changes the dynamic of this offense. And, we've talked so much, and I'm kind of, quite honestly, Matt, getting tired of talking about how predictable that offense was last year and how bad it was last year and teams calling them out what they were going to do because they were so predictable.
Yep.
And I think that's where the Kenneth Walker thing changes just about everything for this team. No longer can they be that predictable team. No longer can they be that team where everybody just drops 8 and says, screw it, we're not going to, worry about the run because you're not running the football. And so I think right now, Kenneth Walker, to me, is the most important addition to this team to take that offense to the next level. Because if he's not a guy that's getting his and doing his thing, then I don't know that this offense can be successful. I'll even take it one step further. I think it's the entire running back group right now. They all, and look, I'll be honest with you, man, that running back room looks as good as it's ever have with Andy Reid. I'm whispering because I don't want to say it out loud. But does that not look like the best running back room you've seen under Andy Reid?
100%. 1 through 4. I mean
DeMercado may not even make this team.
Yeah, depending on how many running backs they want to They want a roster. DeMarcado, I think he will make the team just because of the pass pro, and we know how important that is to Andy Reid and those guys.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I want to see
They're not taking
Johnson.
Tyrone Tracy here, I'll tell you that.
No.
Swing and miss on a block.
No, I want to see, exactly. I want to see Brashard Smith. I want to see Emmett Johnson out there. And then, Ken Walker, a top 12 running back in this league. Yeah, this is by far the best running back group, 1 through 4 we've had. It's honestly not even close.
No, it's probably not. Yeah.
Yeah, different atmosphere.
Isn't it amazing how they just revamped that position?
Yes,
like overnight? Just what they did 5 years ago when they revamped the offensive line, and 9 years ago when they revamped the entire defense.
The defense, yep.
They do a great job at revamping positions that need to be revamped, and they did it with the running back position. It's night and day. There's nobody back other than Brashard Smith.
Who,
from last season.
Who maybe should have played more. I don't know how good of a running back he is, but he's damn good receiving back. When he's get the ball in his hands, he can make men miss. He's extremely quick. I love his vision, so I'm excited to see his progression. Yeah, this revamping maybe took a second too long, a tick too long. For my liking. But again, Brett Veach went in there and did what he needed to do, and I'm really excited about this draft class and the running back room. And again, you know me, I'm the Veach criticizer usually on this show, but he's doing really well right now so far. I really like what I'm seeing out of the guys that he's brought into this team. We've got some text, Bob, on where they pee in the urinal.
Oh, yes.
As we brought up back to the important stuff.
Yeah, the important stuff. Yeah, my shirt matches the new urinal screen.
Yes.
So I asked, do you pee against the back wall of the urinal or do you pee into the urinal screen?
Yes, and we both said back wall, lower back wall above the screen.
I like the urinals with the B that's in it because I usually aim for the B.
For the B, yes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm glad we're all doing the same thing. 816 says one of the bottom corners. I think a corner is a good call a lot of the time. Always hit the back wall from the 417. We were talking about how we also like to maybe pee a little quieter, and if you pee on the cake, on the pad, it's just kind of loud and splash. 913 says loud and proud. Good for you. Down to the right, no splash, and it's silent. I like that.
I'm left-handed.
Forgot about that. At work, everyone aims below the urinal. Saturate the shoes. No sandals. It's just, it is ridiculous, the amount of pee that's not inside the urinal.
I always wonder, do you do this at your home?
No.
If you're peeing on the floor at work, are you peeing on the floor at your home?
816 says, bros, I just pee on the floor. F it. So, I guess some people are. About an inch slightly above the screen. Yeah, so most people are like us. Aim for a corner, aim above the screen, that bottom side of the urinal. We also just talked about Keenan Allen signing. And you mentioned K9. We're talking about this offense, important players that can fix this offense this year. Keenan Allen now just signed to the Colts, a one-year deal up to $8.3 or so million.
Right.
I just think I'm with the Chiefs in staying pat. That's fine. They better hope they're correct, and they better hope no one gets injured in that wide receiver room, because we're an injury away to one of those top 2 or 3 guys from having some serious scares and then having
so is everybody at this point,
to some extent, but they don't have we don't have that true number one unless Rashee Rice proves otherwise right now. So you're already working with 2s and 3s. If you lose one of those 2s and 3s, it is a bigger impact. You've got a 36-year-old tight end, and there's only so much you can do to count on Kenneth Walker and those other running backs. At some point, you are going to have to throw the ball and let 15 sling it and take it into his own hands. You lose one of those guys, it is going to be a bigger impact than maybe on some other teams. And I do not want to have to talk about in week 6, week 7, week 8, because Xavier, because Rashee, because Cyrus Allen is injured or struggling with some sort of ailment. I don't want to have to talk about
That's like horseradish.
I don't want to have to talk about him. I do not.
Right.
Please.
And he's struggling with ailments as well. I mean, it's not like this guy's healthy just sitting out there waiting for an offer from the Chiefs. I mean, the guy can't move his left leg, for God's sake. So, I want to move on from him as quickly as possible. So, the injuries are a big-time thing, and especially, going into this game. I guess this is the most important preseason game. I still haven't really figured it out from the NFL coaches. For all the years with the 4, the third one was always that game, right? Yeah. And obviously, the third one isn't going to matter. We're going out to the third game. We're having a celebration for Building Hope for Autism night and celebrating, great golf tournament put on by Maria Stone Street does an unbelievable job with the foundation. And so we're going to go out and celebrate the foundation that night for the third preseason game, right? You can actually have a celebration. Nobody's going to watch the game, but you can have a celebration and have some fun with all of that for a job well done. And so I guess this is the most important preseason game. But I say I guess because since we've eliminated that 4th preseason game, how much are coaches truly putting in to the preseason? Because I'll go back to, not that this was wrong because I would have done the same thing now, but there was never a time where guys wouldn't travel to a preseason game like we saw the Rams do the other day.
Yeah,
but
no McDuffie, no Jalen Watson. For those who didn't know, they did not travel to KC.
But if I'm Sean McVay, why am I putting my players through that when you're going to Australia here pretty quick, right? The less travel, the better for the guys that kind of need to be on the field and playing. And so you take the air travel and all of that kind of stuff away, and you allow them to relax at home. I think it was the absolute right move, Mac, for these guys to make by not bringing those guys here. So that's why I question, how much do these coaches really now put into the preseason? What game truly matters? What truly matters to them? And has the second game become, for lack of a better term, the old third preseason game?
I think 100% it has. This is the dress rehearsal. When you ask how much do they put into it, what do you mean?
You mentioned dress rehearsal, like how much of this is real game, right? Because you're not going to have a dress rehearsal if you're the Chiefs because your quarterback isn't playing at that, So how much are you really putting into it? Is it and also, too, a dress rehearsal in week 2 seems early. Like week 3 felt better. You had 3 weeks under your belt, and games and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, it's a rush. I'm not asking for more exhibition football at all. But I just wonder now, with it being 3 games, if you took a poll of all these coaches, how much emphasis are they truly putting on these preseason games, maybe compared to what they used to in the past?
I'd also be curious about a poll from the coaches specifically on 4 versus 3 preseason games, and now we're talking about 2 preseason games. I mean, eventually week 1 preseason is going to be your dress rehearsal because week 2 is going to be your audition, which is right now what this last preseason game, the one that you're talking about going to next week, will be. That'll be the audition for the Melvin Smiths and the Godricks of the world, right? That'll be their time to really say, okay, I can make this roster. Watch me make a play. This week is the real dress rehearsal, and yes, there's going to be no Patrick Mahomes, but that's because of an injury. If he was healthy, he'd be out there. And I want Chris Jones to be out there more than one play. I want Travis Kelce to get a couple of plays with this new offense because it is a new offense, at least from the first week and the training camp videos that we've seen. I think we've seen Andy Reid actually listen to a lot of the fans and listen to everyone around the National Football League media and say, okay, it's time to make some changes. It's time to run more under center. It's time to have true play action passes. We saw that in the first preseason game. He may be, leading us astray and saying, oh, psych, week 1 of regular season. But right now it looks like this is a new system, a refreshed system, and it's a new team.
Yeah.
And so I want to see everyone that can play be out there. And that's especially not just the older guys, but obviously all those younger guys that haven't played too. Mansour Delane. We need to see Peter Woods even more, in my opinion. The young guy's ability, it's all about Andy Reid changing, and so we need to see all these guys be a part of that change. If he doesn't change this offense, then it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and so far, so good. But,
yes.
Josh and I used to sit around and we'd talk about the preseason and be like, look, man, this is a great time where Andy can go out there and just do wild stuff and make teams prepare for stuff that they're never going to see, too. And so there's a little bit of gamesmanship that's involved in the preseason. As you're getting ready for the Denver Broncos and you're putting these 3 preseason games on tape, they're going to be looking at that kind of stuff, right? So maybe you're doing stuff and putting in wrinkles and doing all kinds of crazy stuff that you're never going to use just to try to convince the Denver Broncos and these other teams to prepare for stuff, because that's where the Chiefs were so good in the past, making teams prepare for stuff that they weren't ever going to see. And so, yeah, I think it probably could be the dress rehearsal, but I don't know. This is just my feeling, and I have no facts or anything. Feels kind of early for a dress rehearsal when we still have about a month to go before that first game, right? And again, I'm not asking for more preseason football. I'm just having that conversation of like, because you're right, it is a dress rehearsal, but a dress rehearsal a month before the main act is kind of eerily early, in my opinion.
It is early. I get it. It is just the situation that the leagues put the teams in and put us in. So this is really their only option to be able to do this. I'll also say the kind of camouflaging or trying to show something one thing and then do another in the regular season, all that stuff's great. The gamesmanship, I love it. We don't have that privilege anymore.
You're right. You're right.
They've lost that privilege.
Yeah.
The offense has deterred the last 3 years and eroded the last 3 seasons. It's time to get back on the horse and show us what you got, and that takes a new, refreshed offense, and I think Andy Reid gets that message.
Yeah, he does. No, and that's the thing, again, about Andy Reid before we get to one word. This guy does change. People look at Andy Reid and go, he's never going to. Andy Reid has evolved more than any other coach I've ever been around.
That's why he's still here.
It's exactly why. It's why I'm still here.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. That's right. One word on a Tuesday, brought to you by Maloney's Sand Trap and The Landing. 3 great, awesome local spots. They have delicious food, they have cold drinks, and they have walls galore of TVs ready to watch your favorite sports team, all 3 with outdoor patio seating. And we mentioned the weather, man. It's getting better. It's getting a little nicer this morning, more fall, crisp. And so you can go out there and sit outside and watch Bobby and Cags maybe become the best sports duo in Kansas City. You can go out and watch the preseason games this weekend and go out and watch whatever else you want to go watch at Maloney's Sand Trap and Landing. Today at Maloney's Meatball Sub, homemade meatballs served on a toasted hoagie with marinara and mozzarella. Your choice of fries, chips on the side, only $14. They're available every day until the end of the month. Tacos and burritos on a Tuesday, $4.50 Mexican beers and margaritas, and then $6 for a double marg. You can really get it going. You can get it going today at Maloney's.
Yeah, Maloney's nickname is actually Meatball Sub. That's what he was called in college.
I feel like that's not a lie.
No, it's not.
That's real.
Very true. Yeah, that's why it's on the menu. Yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, let's start right here on our home turf. We mentioned the Cyrus Allen play to start the show. Yesterday, he made a great sideline catch from Justin Fields. He kind of bobbled it one hand, was able to secure it, and then you saw him get 2 feet inbounds on the sideline. If you've not seen it yet, we've got all the local reporters have shared this play. Underdog NFL has shared this play. You can just look up Cyrus Allen left-hand catch. You'll be able to see it. But one word on the play.
In, as in all in. I am all in on Cyrus Allen right now being a major impact for this team. You can't teach what he's doing. You can't teach athleticism. You can't teach, the ability to go up with one hand and come down. I mean, like, you can tell them to do that kind of stuff, but to have the ability to go do that as a 5th-round draft pick, I think by the time we reach October, everybody in the NFL is talking about Cyrus Allen as the most missed-on draft pick in the entire draft.
That could be true. There's actually a couple candidates from Brett Veach's draft class early. I mean, Emmett Johnson might be one of those
Emmett Johnson's
guys, too.
going to be in that category.
He's going to be in that category. This is looks early, but it does look like this could be a Veach masterclass, which is exactly what we needed to do if this dynasty was going to continue.
I'm just going to say this right now. It's looking better than the 22 class.
Yeah. Honestly, you might be right, considering, again, we haven't even seen Mansour Delane play yet, and that is the guy that he coveted the most, obviously, traded up for at the number 6 pick. If he's Pro Bowl worthy already in year 1 all of a sudden, and you've done this could be a Veach masterclass, and I could be eating my words for these last couple of years. How about Fandom Index, baby? Chiefs coming in at number 2. They took a bunch of rankings based on apparel purchases, TV viewership, radio listening, event attendance, streaming, and just overall interest level. Buffalo came in at 1, KC 2, Green Bay number 3, Cincinnati 4, Philadelphia number 5. One word.
Normal. I think that's a good list right there.
Yeah,
like
solid.
That's one of the best lists of fandom that I've seen. Buffalo's just insane. They jump through fired tables. Tables that are on fire and all that kind of stuff. Nobody else does that. And so in Kansas City, we're number 2, and that's great, man, because we're not jumping through tables on fire. If we start jumping through tables on fire, we'll probably move up to number 1. But you look at Buffalo, Kansas City, and Green Bay. Those are the 3 best places to see a game in the NFL. Well, Buffalo's old stadium, it would have been. I don't know how the new stadium is, right?
Yeah,
but you just think of the crowds, right?
The atmosphere.
The atmosphere.
No, I'm with you.
What's Buffalo? Kind of like here. What's Green Bay? Kind of like here. I've never been to Buffalo, but I have been to Green Bay, and obviously I've been to Arrowhead. Amazing venues. Always wanted to go to a game in that old Buffalo stadium, and I never did. I don't know that I have an interest in the new one because it's not going to have that same feel. But those fans, they're diehards up there in Buffalo. Least is New York, number 30.
Yeah, number 30. Yeah, again,
look at what number 29 is.
LA 29. You got the huge markets there at the bottom of the list, which makes sense. The only one that was really surprising is Boston at 21. That's what seemingly is a great sports town with great fans. That was the most surprising one to me.
Well, the last couple of years, in Boston, in New England haven't been great, and so now they bounced back.
Super Bowl,
yeah, but that's just 1 year. The last couple of years, and really, when you're starting to play good, fans don't get involved until towards the end. We're like, oh, hey, that team's doing good, So, the biggest markets at the bottom, the smallest markets at the top. That's not a surprise to anybody.
Nope.
That's why I've always said, when you talk about best sports cities, it ain't New York and Boston. It's Kansas City.
got Binkley texting in, and he called me yesterday talking about Jacoby Lane. Now we've got a 913 texter talking about Jacoby Lane, a Ravens wide receiver. He says it'll be the most talked about draft pick. And you and Binkley both agree. How about this? I don't know if I agree with any of this. Mark Walter, he sold all his shares, which was the majority stake of Chelsea FC Premier League team. He's selling what was owned of the Lakers, and now he's talks about selling what he has in the Dodgers. Again, majority stake. Because he's got financial problems, because he's got insurance companies down his back because of the things that he's done with the Dodgers to secure this super team and to secure this mini dynasty he's had. And then you've got the whole Buss family, erroneously, apparently, Shams reporting yesterday erroneously that Jeannie Buss and the Buss family had sold their near 18% shares in the Lakers. Jeannie saying, no, I'm not. Lawyer saying, no, she hasn't. One word on all this drama.
Wild and awesome. I mean, this family drama being played out in the media that involves professional sports. Where do I get my popcorn for this one? We all have family drama, right? Raise your hand if your family's normal. There ain't a hand going up, right?
Yeah.
A lot of our family drama don't get played out like this. They're saying the vote was 5-1 because there's 6 Buss siblings. 5 voted no. Jeannie voted to keep the team. She claims her vote supersedes the 5 because she's the governor of the team. This is wild. Also wild is that the Lakers have now sold twice in a year. This Mark Walter guy, I mean, they sold twice in a year because they're being run by a crook.
Yeah. Yeah.
This Mark Walter guy is selling everything.
And he still doesn't have enough money to cover his ass for what he's done with the Dodgers. I mean, this could be a good sign for maybe Major League Baseball. That TV deal that the Dodgers got from loopholes a few years back has really kind of been able to soar and let them coast to having this team. Maybe that'll help Major League Baseball, help decrease the lockout.
Well, here's what I'll say about that. It's going to be very interesting to watch, and I'd love to know what the players are thinking about all this too, because they're the ones that are going to have a say in how long this thing goes. But when you look at what they're doing out in L.A. right now, and this guy having to sell all of these teams, man, he could go up the river. I mean, I don't know, but the TV deal that the Dodgers have, let me put it in perspective for you, and this is real numbers. The Dodgers got $300 million just handed to them for their TV deal by whoever it is that's paying for this now, Sportsnet LA. Okay? Great. Good job out of you. The Royals made about 10% of that money this year on their TV deal. You know where their money came from for their TV deal? Us buying subscriptions and them selling advertising.
Yep.
So the Royals only get 10% of what the Dodgers get. And in order to get that 10%, the Royals have to go out there and hustle and sell and do advertising and sell streaming services, and the Dodgers just sit back and they get a check for $300 million. How does that make sense in Major League Baseball? I don't think baseball needs a salary cap or floor. I've been on the record saying that. They need all the TV money to be pooled and then divided by 30, and that will change the entire game. So instead of the Dodgers getting $300 million just handed to them with a TV contract and the Royals having to scrape and claw and fight for every freaking nickel on their TV deal, combine them all and divide by 30. And that's how you solve this inequity in Major League Baseball. It's not that hard.
Cam Newton, former NFL MVP, was at Missouri's football camp yesterday. He's been a mentor to wide receiver Caden Lee over the years. He even helped him make the decision to transfer to MU. One word. He was over there in the MU sweatshirt.
Neat.
Catching footballs, hanging out, laughing.
Yeah, it's cool to have like randos show up, right?
Yeah.
Like, why is that guy there, you know?
Well, and that's a guy, all those 18, they probably were watching. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's more my age. Maybe
that's the 2014-15 Super Bowl year, right?
Yeah.
Roughly in that age range. So that's 11 years ago, let's say, 12 years ago.
So they were like 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe right before they would have really cared.
Yeah.
Maybe that's more my thing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, Cam Newton was awesome. For that one season.
Yeah,
he
for
was
that
fantastic.
one season, it was great. Yeah.
It was so good.
But people know who Cam Newton is. That's still a cool deal.
Yeah, cool. And he looks huge.
Does he really?
I mean, he's 6'5". He's still got all of his muscles. Yes, he's massive.
Cool. Can he go out there and play?
He looks like it. Yes. He's maybe still got eligibility.
That is one word brought to you by our good friends over at Maloney's,
Yes.
The Landing, and the Sand Trap.
Yes, and today at Maloney's, get that meatball sub, homemade meatball served.
Just
on a
order the
toasted-
Rob today.
Order the Rob, man. Toasted hoagie, marinara, mozzarella. Your choice of fries for $14. Then again, tacos, burritos, $4.50. Mexican beers and margaritas, $6 double margaritas. Make sure and get over there.
All right, coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we're going to delete 2 teams forever next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Monsoor Delane, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have taken our yard from nothing and turned it into a beautiful yard that we love talking about, love looking at, love telling people about, and love enjoying outside when days are like this where it is beautiful. That weather outside today is gorgeous, and we can enjoy it in our beautiful yard thanks to Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And when they came out over 2 years ago now, or about 2 years ago, they looked at our yard and they laughed. Ha, 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 it's so bad. How did it get like that? I go, I don't know. I need help. And they're like, we got this. No big deal at all. Within minutes, that lawn went from looking terrible to looking beautiful. And like I said, it's now the best looking lawn on the block. And that's because they have college-educated professionals who really know everything there is to know about growing the best lawns in Kansas City. They study it every single day. And now that our yard is great, we sit outside and enjoy it with the mosquito dome over our house. It keeps out the mosquitoes, the ticks, the fleas, safe for us and our dog as well. Aspen right now is going to give you a free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
The summer heat can wear anybody out. But if you've been feeling drained even in the AC, it may not just be the heat. 1 in 4 men from age 35 to 50 has low testosterone or low energy levels, sex drive, motivation, mood, and more. Low T drains your energy and motivation, so you don't have energy for the things that you love, and might even stop recognizing yourself anymore. So get the answers you need this summer for free. At Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and get a consultation from licensed providers who specialize in testosterone replacement therapy. You can explore a range of peptides and even get a jump on that summer body with GLP-1s and medical weight loss protocols. Low T Center has been the #1 name in TRT since 2009 for a reason. So why continue to wait when you don't feel like yourself? Don't spend another day wondering. Visit FixMyLowT.com to schedule your free testosterone test today. That's FixMyLowT.com.
The appetite for destruction returns. Guns N' Roses. World Tour 2026. One night. Morton Amphitheater, this Wednesday night. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com.
$30 million in guaranteed prizes you can cash in this football season out in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entries starting at $1,000, all with zero rake. Circa Million. 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Or Circa Survivor. You pick one winner each week, the last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan, and I'm here with Rob Side at Rob Side Ford. Rob, I smell a grill. What's cooking?
Kevin, the grills are fired up, and so are the deals. Right now at Rob Site Ford, it's the Ford Employee Pricing Sales Event with the best deals we've had in the past 12 months.
Now that's saying something. What are we talking?
Employee pricing on virtually every new Ford on our lot, plus even more dealer discounts on top.
So how hot do these deals get?
Up to $17,500 off brand new F-150s at Rob Site Ford, plus huge savings on Expedition, Explorer, Bronco Sport, Bronco, and more.
Wow, that's 5 alarm hot.
Exactly. And unlike Kevin's Burgers, these deals are coming out juicy.
All right, I walked into that one.
Shop Rob's Site Ford, Kansas City's top-rated Ford store on Google. 4.8 stars and nearly 3,500 reviews.
Rob's Site Ford, 135th and State Line, or robsite.com.
Buy right, Rob's Site.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Northland 169 highway southbound heavy from 29 down to 9 highway. Kansas side 635 southbound heavy from Gibbs to 35. K10 eastbound pretty slow around K7 sluggish to Ridgeview. Allen Carr 96.5 The Fan traffic.
The new AP poll is out for college football. Jay Binkley is a voter in that. He'll join us tomorrow in 23 hours from now. Jay Binkley will join us here on 96.5 The Fan. Ohio State, of course, comes in at number 1. The rest doesn't matter. Their AP rankings, number 1. Their college football playoff odds ranking are number 1 as well. Oregon comes in as 2. Their college football playoff odds ranking 2 as well. Georgia 3. Their 5th best college football playoff odds. Notre Dame comes in at 4th. They are the 2nd best, tied with Oregon, and then Texas as your top 5 in your preseason poll. And so Texas is the ultimate fraud in all of this, right? I mean, like every year we think Texas is going to be good, and every year Texas isn't what they are expected to be. It's going to be very interesting to see kind of the Arch Manning situation there this year. Now, he should be able to play and be a stud and be a star.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty good.
Right there, down there in Texas. So we'll have to see if they actually live up to their
Missouri in the top 25.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, they should be in the top 25. That's a spot for them. They should strive for that every single year of being in the top 25. They're 25th, and they're tied for 20th with the best odds to reach the college football playoff at 100-1. So there you go. So good job out of Missouri. And if you're Missouri, 8-5 is probably the type of record that you want to have and have a chance towards the end of the season to be playing for a shot potentially at the college football playoff, I think.
Oh man, 8-5 would be
bad. You think
that's bad?
9-4 somewhere in there.
I think we played David Pollock's audio the other year or the other week about Missouri. I think they kind of walk into 10 wins these last few seasons. I think that is the standard. You win 10 games. Now, that's really tough to do in the SEC, but yeah, I think 9 would be your floor, and you're aiming for that 10-win spot.
Yeah, and now with the extra game in the SEC too, it may be harder for everybody to get to that 10-win spot if they're as good as everybody says.
True.
That they are in the SEC. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we'll do my bonehead of the week. There was a brouhaha last night that was epic. There's a cool, fun little thing. Total Pro Sports had it going around, and it was a NFL map, right? And the listing of all the NFL teams. You can delete 2 NFL teams forever. Who are you getting rid of? Right? You can delete 2 forever. Who are you getting rid of? And the immediate thought is probably, well, the Raiders, the Broncos, the Chargers, teams like that. No. Cincinnati is number 1 on my list.
There we go. Okay, yes. I knew you would agree on this.
Cincinnati.
That's one of mine, too.
Can hit the bricks. You know who else can get bent? Philly.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, the fans are annoying. They've beaten us in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I get that.
Right.
I'm with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're mainly their fans, though, and their coach.
Yeah, their coach is where I lean towards
total
that.
D.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of lean towards irrelevance here on the second one because I'm with you on the first one. That I'm just going to go pure hatred and vitriol. And even though it's been 5 years now since the whole Burrowhead, all that BS, it still sticks with you. I still don't like their fans. I get to see our guy Drew, who I love, but every day he comes in here and every year it's the same thing, talking about how awesome Joe Burrow is. Well, I'd like to see him in the playoffs just one more time because it's been 5 years. And also, hasn't been able to make it without an awesome, stellar defense like he had that first time he made the Super Bowl and beat the Chiefs. Yeah, so I'd like to see him do that again. I'm going to get rid of a more irrelevant team, and it does make me feel bad, but, we talk about this team being irrelevant and maybe the most irrelevant franchise in National Football League. I'll go the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, okay.
They don't do anything for me.
Yeah.
Don't really care about them. Other than that Super Bowl when I was a child with, Larry Fitzgerald against the Steelers and all that, which was a fantastic game, one of the best Super Bowls. What do they really do for me? I don't really care for them. It's not going to do much for me if they're gone and if they're not on my Foursquare here coming about a month. So I'm going to get rid of the Arizona Cardinals and the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay, those are the two you'd get rid of. Text line, who are you getting rid of in the NFL? 913-586-7965. What are the two teams that you would get rid of? You mentioned the irrelevant teams, and I think real fast we can go through some of the irrelevant teams in the NFL.
Yep.
Arizona's irrelevant from a fan base perspective. I'm just going to say this because this is all kind of fan related to me.
Yeah, fan related.
Chargers are irrelevant. Carolina's irrelevant.
You think Carolina's on that list?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Jacksonville is an irrelevant team.
Definitely would put them up there.
I would also probably put, again, this is fan stuff, the Rams I put up there on that list. I mean, you saw the fan index earlier. The Rams and the Giants and the Jets, the New York teams are all out. They don't have real fan bases out there. And if you don't have a fan base in your own town, like the Rams would be good if they were like the national team.
Yeah.
If America had a national team, the Rams would be more relevant than they are being the Los Angeles Rams because they're in a market that the teams just don't care about them. But overall irrelevancy, I think it's Arizona, I think it's Carolina, and I think it's Jacksonville. Those are the three to me that kind of pop as irrelevant NFL teams. Anybody on your list?
I think the Titans are high on that list.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, the Titans are high on that list. The Volunteers own that state.
Yeah.
College sports own that state. I lived there for quite some time. They've definitely got fans. I'm not saying they don't exist, but it's not like.
Can you believe they've already been through 2 stadiums now in Nashville?
It's ridiculous.
It shows you how long these things last, man, and how outdated they become and how fast they become outdated because, they've been there almost 30 years now.
Yep. Coming up on 30 years here.
You weren't even alive when they were the Houston Oilers.
No, I wasn't. I think one of their first seasons. Maybe I was for 1 year, depending on if it was 98, 99, because I was born in 98. So I don't know.
I swear they moved in 96, bro.
Yeah, you might be right.
But I don't know.
Case.
Yeah, but it feels like that.
No, that could be the case. And if that's the case, then it's been 30 years. So they haven't ever seen the Houston Oilers. But I think the Titans are probably on that list. And it also shows, talk about stadiums, shows you how stuff just isn't built the same way that it used to be built. You just kind of stick stuff up there. But Nissan is a concrete jungle, and they'll be excited about that new stadium that's standing, that's up there, that's ready to go.
I saw that. Yeah. It's looking big. It looks massive,
cool.
right?
It looks really cool.
It looks awesome. But that goes to show you, where you are in life. And we're constantly talking about these new stadiums that are going up right now. So, those are some of the irrelevant teams, I think, right now in the NFL. Then we've got this pain and suffering chart for NFL fans put out by Sleeper NFL.
Yeah.
And they rank teams by fan suffering historically. And there's 2 teams in the category called literally a utopia. And it's New England and Kansas City in there. Well, the last 10 years were
but if we're
literally.
talking about history?
No. If we're talking about history, I would say we're not in the category of hell where you have Cleveland, the Jets, the Raiders, the Cardinals, and the Dolphins. I don't think we're pure agony where you have the Chargers, the Falcons, the Lions, the Bears, teams like that. Miserable fans, we're not in that category. I would say this is where we are really overall as an organization is on and off.
On and off. I agree.
On and off.
Yeah, because there's above on and off is no suffering, and then where the Chiefs are literally utopia.
Yeah,
I'd put us in the on and off category, and this whole list is a little off to me. Like the Niners being in on and off, no, they're in no suffering. The Steelers being in miserable fans,
no,
come on.
Now they're in probably no suffering or on and off too.
Like the Vikings being in miserable fans, I'd put them in pure agony. I would put them in pure agony. I'd move up. Honestly, that whole is.
Which would you put as a literal utopia? I don't think any team is a literal utopia.
I could move up the Eagles because they've been great my whole life. I don't know about all of history, but man, they're constantly relevant.
But they also have fans that are constantly miserable, too.
That's true, because they do that to themselves.
How can it be literally a utopia when every fan is miserable about that team, even when they won the Super Bowl?
I'd put the Broncos in a utopia, potentially. I know they've had a bad, 8 or 9 year stretch, but they're not on and off. They're in the on and off category.
Yeah.
Now, they're at least no suffering.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, they've had one of the best offenses 10 years ago in all of history. They're relevant again. We're in the AFC Championship game, are a contender.
Yep.
And they owned the later 90s.
Yeah.
So I would put them at least in the no suffering. But yeah, literally utopia. I mean, and for the Patriots, for that matter, my God, think about how terrible and how irrelevant they were for all of NFL history until
Brady and Belichick.
Pre the 21st century. That was a dumpster fire.
Again, that team almost moved to St. Louis in the 90s.
Yes.
That's how bad it was in New England. They almost moved the Patriots to St. Louis in the 90s.
Robert Kraft wouldn't let him.
No, Robert Kraft had the best deal ever. He owned like the stadium or something and wouldn't let the Patriots out of their lease.
Yeah.
And then they said, screw this, we're going to sell the team because the Bush family owned them for 1 year. They go, well, if we can't move them, we're going to sell them. And Kraft got the team for, a song. And here we sit.
And here we are.
And here we sit, right?
Top 5 most valuable franchise in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. Great business move by him. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we will give you my bonehead of the week next. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Emmett Johnson, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying, all right, you may think you need surgery, but I want you to get a second opinion. And they're not the one saying it. I'm the one telling you to go out there, get that second opinion. Because once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. And before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you right here in Kansas City. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body, right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before you make a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept surgery as your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion and know your options. The conversation, consultation, they're totally free. So call them, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone, 816-412-6299.
Dane Hughes here. I've seen a lot of stat lines in my playing days, but these numbers, they caught my attention. Flight by Yingling. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and all the crisp, refreshing flavor you want in a light beer. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, so you know it's got some serious history behind it. If you're into stats and taste, you're going to love this beer. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Dane and Hughes. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
You've pictured it. The garage door that finally makes your home look the way you want it to. And now get $500 back on a qualifying garage door with the Overhead Door Home Refresh rebate. Qualifying purchase must be made by September 30th. Let Overhead Door Company of Kansas City upgrade your curb appeal and get you up to $500 back. Schedule a free estimate at overheaddoorkc.com. Overheaddoorkc.com. Select models. Rebate paid as a Visa prepaid gift card. Restrictions apply. See website for full terms.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Lawman, jungle law.
Hey, it's the Lawman giving you a couple updates. Just settled a case for $1.175 million on a commercial vehicle accident, $750,000 on a motorcycle accident, $557,500 on a premise liability case. Call the Lawman.
The lawman gives results of the law.
If you've been charged with a felony DWI, call the Lawman. You only got a short window to get the admin file in Missouri and in Kansas. Call me now.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It shouldn't be based solely on advertisement.
This report is brought to you by Rawhide Harley-Davidson.
No payments until next year at Rawhide Harley on any new Harley this week.
annual percentage rates such as 1.99% and no payments until next year on any new Harley at Rawhide Harley now through Sunday.
No payments for 7 months with approved credit.
Chiefs training camp coverage sponsored by Border Magic, giving your landscape its winning edge. This football season, give your home a winning edge with Border Magic. Custom concrete landscape edging adds lasting beauty and unbeatable curb appeal. Choose from a variety of styles and colors, all backed by a 10-year warranty. southkc.bordermagic.com.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Kansas side, 435 southbound, very heavy from Holiday Drive down to Shawnee Mission Parkway with ongoing construction. 35 northbound slows the merge with 69 highway. Southbound 35 off again on again heavy from 18th Street Expressway down past 635. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Futures Week starts August 31st with everyone's NFL predictions. This is Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station. Welcome into Fescoe and Dusty.
I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
A show that, analytically, exists between 6 and 10 weekday mornings on Kansas City's only FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, buddy.
Live from the studios that brought you.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Here's Bob Fescoe and Dusty Likens.
Bob, we had 3 texts come in on our latest topic, and I've got to read them to you.
All right.
Here on 96.5 The Fan. And, of course, if you want to be part of the text line, 913-586-7965. We were deleting 2 teams, or no, we were doing the pain and suffering chart. After we deleted our 2 teams, we went through the pain and suffering chart of every team was listed, and they were either hell, pure agony, miserable fans, on and off, no suffering, or literally a utopia.
Right.
3 texts from 3 different numbers came in all at the same time. Packers should be a utopia.
Oh.
Because of their quarterback relevance constantly. Even though they haven't been like Super Bowls, all this stuff, they're never bad.
Well, the interesting thing about the Packers is, and you got to go in the Wayback Machine for this, when I was a younger kid in the 80s, they stunk. I mean, they were not good. And really from the time that, they won the first couple of Super Bowls, then there was that gap. Kind of like the Chiefs, right? The early part, there was this couple of Super Bowls for the Chiefs, gap. Yeah. And then 1989 came and Carl Peterson took over and the franchise was set up for success from there on forward, right? And the Packers are kind of that same way. They had those first couple of Super Bowls irrelevant for a very long time. Lynn Dickey, former K-Stater, good dude, lives here in town. I know Lynn for a lot of years, quarterback up there in Green Bay. Then they had Don Majkowski, the Magic Man, was going to be the quarterback up in Green Bay. And then they made a trade for this guy named Brett Favre in like 91 or 2.
Worked out.
And since 92 or whenever it's been when he took over, here we sit. Favre, Rodgers, and Love are the transfers of power, if you will, in the NFL for the Green Bay Packers. And that's pretty darn impressive that they're able to do that. Let me ask you this. And look, I will say this. The Jordan Love stuff, still out there. You're still wondering, right? If he's still that guy. This is a big year for Jordan Love.
I'm fully sold.
You are still.
He's the new nerd guy. It was Herbert for a long time. All the nerds loved and defended Herbert. I think it has now transitioned to Jordan.
Jordan Love.
He's the new nerd guy.
Okay,
Yep.
So guys like me who like the eye test, I got to wait and see a little bit more out of Jordan Love.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. I think he looks pretty awesome, but that's fair.
But either way, I mean, he's not Aaron Rodgers, and he's not Rodgers or Favre yet.
No, he's not. No, he's not. That's fair.
He's not in that category, and so. What's more impressive, the Pittsburgh Steelers with the limited coaches that they've had, or the Packers with the limited quarterbacks that they've had?
Yeah, it's tough. Both are so tough.
I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers have had 4 coaches in my life. Chuck Noll, Cowher, Tomlin, and now
McCarthy.
4 coaches in my lifetime.
No, it's insane.
It's 50 years.
It's nuts.
And the quarterbacks in Green Bay, they've had 3 in 40 years.
3 in 30 years, 40 years. Yeah, 30 years.
Yeah.
I'd say it's harder to find a quarterback, but it's also more difficult to keep a coach for that long. So I'm going to have to go a wash.
I don't know what the right answer is. Honest to God, I don't know.
That's a wash.
That's why I asked it, because 3 quarterbacks since basically 1992.
Yeah.
Or 4 coaches since 1960-something.
It's absolutely insane. It's bonkers.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, with as many bad coaches that there have been in the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers never found one.
They didn't, yeah.
And you can say what you want about Mike McCarthy. He's won a damn Super Bowl.
No, he's not. He's not a bad coach. No. Even me and McCarthy, criticize her. That is not a bad coach.
No, not at all. And so the Pittsburgh Steelers seemingly always find a good coach to take over their organization, and the Green Bay Packers always find a good quarterback to take over their organization. I think at the end of the day, I think it's harder to find the good quarterback.
I think it's harder to find the good quarterback. I agree, but it's really difficult to keep a coach that long.
And find a good head coach, too.
Yeah, and then just keep him for 15, 20 years each time?
Each time.
4 times, and like, what?
Well, Chuck Noll set the precedent, and then Bill Cowher stayed for a while. Like everybody after that, you got no choice. Mike McCarthy will be the shortest tenured coach, and that's not because he's going to fail. It's because, well, he's older now.
He's already older. Yeah, he's already older.
Hey, when Tomlin took the job, he was 30-some years old.
Yeah, he was the new young guy on the block, and that kind of became a trend.
Yeah, and Tomlin crushed it. All right, let's get to the bonehead of the week.
Bob's Boneheads.
You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. And it is a plural boneheads of the week. And I don't know if you've seen the video yet, Mac, that is circulating of the brawl in the bleachers last night at Wrigley Field.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
I mean, this is an all-out brouhaha that's happening in the bleachers at Wrigley. I mean, one dude is sitting there just getting punched in the face, trying to block it from this random guy. People are throwing beer. Jeez. People are throwing food. People are throwing cups. The ushers are down there. Dudes are trying to regulate this thing.
Oh, what?
It is White Sox-Cub game last night. Chicago on Chicago crime beating up each other in the bleachers last night.
What?
And that is like, at this point in time, how much have you had to drink that you're up here fighting an entire section in your tank top?
He kind of was whooping ass there for
He
a second.
was, dude. He's beating the hell out of that guy that's just sitting there, though.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're not having anyone fight back. This is insane, man.
Right? This is a brawl.
No, you're an idiot. Yeah, and then he just leaves on his own volition. Oh, yeah, and then he runs into 3 officers who are like, yeah, no, we're actually going to be taking you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually going to be in charge of where you're headed next.
Right.
So, and you won't be back in this stadium, I hope, and I'd assume. That's insane.
Right? Isn't it crazy?
That was like multiple guys.
Yeah.
Just beating the crap out of. They're kind of keying in on one fan, it seems, and then 2 other guys get going, and then they're going, and then tank top guy. Wow, that's bad. I can't believe I hadn't seen this. Yeah, the Crosstown Classic. That's rough.
And I will say this, speaking of boneheads, why are we scheduling the Crosstown Classic on a weekday?
Monday? Yeah, on a Monday?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? That's a weekend series.
Yeah, 100%.
Baseball failed on that one.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, they're treating it like it's a Friday night, though.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean,
I'd
watching
imagine
this guy
alcohol's involved.
You got to think, right?
At least I don't want to say I'd hope, because no matter what it is, it's absolutely insane and so dumb that this is happening. But at least there, you've got some liquid courage. I hope this isn't just a guy sober doing this. This is crazy.
I love to know how this started, because this guy in the blue jersey that's just sitting, like, the entire crowd is parted. It's like Moses with the Red Sea out there in the bleachers, right? The entire section is empty except for this one guy that's just sitting there getting the crap beat out of him. What did that guy do? Because it's not just the guy in the tank top that's beating him up.
No,
it's everybody else is beating this guy up, too.
Yeah, certainly this guy did something. He was being a nuisance or whatever. I'm not to deserve this, obviously. This is uncalled for, and violence is not the answer. And we're at a baseball game.
Right.
But yeah, obviously, I mean, no one's like, it takes a while for anyone to really help out. You see one usher kind of walk by, and if I'm an usher, I'm sorry, I'm not getting in the middle of that.
I'm not getting in the middle of
that.
that.
I'm an usher. You don't pay me for this.
No, that's the other thing. You don't pay me enough money to sit here.
No, I'm not going to get punched in the face or risk it.
Deal with this,
No.
yeah. I mean, all the other
security.
angles of this fight are coming out now, too, and they're all over the place. I mean, this guy is getting pummeled in the bleachers.
Yeah, I don't... Have you ever been witness to this?
Nothing like this.
No, me either. I've had situations, where I've been like, okay, I should keep my mouth shut. You know?
Right.
Things like this where you've got fans that are being not threatening, but obviously have had one too many and are really ticked off, and their team's losing, or maybe you did some trash talk, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I should probably stop. I mean, the Falcons game that I went to, the Eric Berry game that I went to specifically, that game. I was a little like, okay, we should get out of here now. Like it's time to leave. That was definitely an environment that I was like, okay, the game's over. We won. Awesome win. Let's go, Eric Berry. 8 points to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Time to go.
Time to go.
Time to go. Because
Yeah.
this could get violent quickly. But that's just, that sucks. That sucks. I don't like seeing that. That's too bad.
I mean, it is awful. Awful.
Yeah.
This is one of the worst that I've seen in quite some time. And so as the videos come out, the stories start to come out about what happened there last night, that is going to be interesting. But that's your bonehead of the week, man. Don't go to a baseball game or other sporting events or anything life trying to fight. I mean, that's the thing, man. That's the booze talking. It has to be. Nobody acts like that sober.
No, and if you do, that's another problem and a whole other set of issues.
Smoke a joint and calm down, bro. Seriously.
Man, calm down.
Yeah.
What are we doing? That's ridiculous. Also, you're in Chicago. You can get it.
Yeah, exactly.
So come on. Stop that.
I mean, what are we doing here? Over sports.
Yeah, over sports. That's just sad. Come on, we're trying to enjoy a nice night, and then we're doing this. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Also in NFL news, free agent edge rusher Zadarius Smith has signed a 1-year deal with the Falcons. Obviously, to fill that void.
I was just saying they needed that.
James Pierce will be out for 8 weeks. Another guy that possibly could have helped the Chiefs, he's now going to go to the Falcons for a 1-year, $6 million deal with incentives up to 8.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jimmy Fallon had Mike Tomlin on last night.
Oh, did he? Cool.
He's having him.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to this because they're showing highlights of Tomlin press conferences and they're making Tomlin react to several Tomlinisms.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good bit.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's really good. That is a lot of fun. Mike Tomlin's going to be a superstar in the media here before we know it. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, I think 11's good. Mac, I don't think does. Next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Noah Williams, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for the Chiefs, 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Hey, the summer gets super hot, so now you need to get a Super Light. That's right. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drinks flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. And ooh, that blue chill is money, baby. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that's perfect for any occasion. From the golf course to the bar, at night, at the concert, a day at the ballpark, Super Light is here for the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. You must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
Fire up the grill. It's football season, and Booth Creek Wagyu is beefing up your game. When you buy 10 pounds or more of our legendary Booth Creek Wagyu ground beef, you'll get it for the unbelievable price of just $8 a pound. That's America's most premium ground beef at grocery store prices. And don't forget our world-class Booth Creek Wagyu steaks and free samples available at our 2 locations, 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf, inside the Deer Creek shops. And we're always open at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on MLB bets. So how will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. You can use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next MLB bet. Maybe you want to take a look at the first inning over-under tab on the FanDuel app, or alternate strikeouts, or some of my favorites. Yes, no runs in the first inning. You name it, you can do it over at FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for MLB bets every Dinger Tuesday. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and over in President, Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates. Northbrook, Illinois.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Drew McIntyre here from WWE. Wielding the Claymore can be a life of chaos. When I'm not dominating in the ring, Chumba Casino is how this warrior takes a wee break. With hundreds of online social games and new weekly releases, there's always something fresh to try. And those daily boosts, next level. Even my free time feels like Valhalla. So when life feels like a battle, kick up your feet, have some fun, and let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T's and C's. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jornavix suzetrigine begins. Jornavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jornavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jornavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jornavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jornavix.com.
Hey, Chiefs fans, it's Trey Smith, and the best basketball player of all time is LeBron James.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Blue Parkway westbound, heavy approaching Nolan for about a mile and a half. Grandview Triangle, things are slow 470 westbound. Getting on to 435, it's just off again, on again heavy from there to the state line. Kansas side, 35 northbound, slows the merge with 69 highway. Off again, on again sluggish up to 635. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Rolling through Tuesday here, 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, Mac Maury with you. Dusty is off. He will be back tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan. Coming up a little bit later on, we're going to talk about a team that you may think stinks right now, but maybe won't. And maybe a team that's supposed to be good that's going to stink. We'll get more into that coming up a little bit later on here on 96.5 The Fan. Yesterday, I kind of want to bring this in a little bit of a different order to kind of set up my day yesterday, Mac, if you don't mind, if I can do that, because it will lead into number 11 here for a second. I was watching ESPN at the J yesterday. They had Kevin Clark on from X. You know, you've seen Kevin Clark. He was on our show, I think, at the Super Bowl.
I think we did have him on. I couldn't quite remember. I got to talk to him quite a few times, though, there at the Super Bowl. He was really nice.
Yeah, really good dude, right? And so he's on ESPN yesterday. They got him and Dano, and they're doing the big board of the Rams schedule, right? And how he thinks the Rams are going to finish that year. And he's going through it. And he ended up having the Rams like 15-2, and Dano was like 13-4 for the Rams. And you know, 15, I'm going to tell you, since they've gone to the 17-game schedule, only two teams have won 15 games in a season. Chiefs and Lions in the same year. 2 years ago.
Yeah, same year.
That's
and everyone was
it.
like, Chiefs Lions Super Bowl.
Yeah, right? And so 15 wins now is what people are aiming for. For the LA Rams, 15's a big number, and it's only been accomplished twice since we've had the 17-game schedule. Was this year 4 or 5 now of the 17-game schedule that we're in?
Yep.
I can't even remember anymore, right? It seems so long ago. But so I'm watching these guys at the J, and I'm listening, and they get up to where the Rams are going to play the Chiefs, right? And it's good TV, and I'm in. I'm like, is this where they're going to pick the Rams to stumble? You know, I'm getting kind of excited.
Yeah.
And Kevin Clark's like, man, this is a tough one. And I'm like, ooh, okay. All right, where are we going with this one? He goes, man, it's the Chiefs. It's Mahomes. They seem like they're back. He goes, but I've got to give a nod to the Rams based on overall roster construction.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, but it took him a while to decide what he was going to do. And I said, based on that, I'm good. I don't have a problem with that. He picked the Rams to win the game in a close one or whatever it was,
Yes.
right? Doesn't matter. Picked the Rams to win the game. But it was all about that roster construction. And so I'm sitting there at the J and I'm listening to all that, and I'm always thinking of ways to kind of bring this thing full circle and bring this home. And so I texted you yesterday. I said, do you think if these rookies pan out, the roster conversation about the Chiefs maybe mid-October will be completely different than what it is right now? Because I do. Because what we're watching right now quietly are rookies that could potentially dominate. We're talking about a 5th-round wide receiver, a 5th-round running back, a 2nd-round defensive end. You know, we're talking about a lot of guys out there from this draft class that weren't the top picks that could have a major impact on this team. And I think once these guys do have that major impact and people see what they bring to the table, people will be talking a lot differently about this roster construction and this roster for the Chiefs moving forward than they are right now. I think that's what's holding them back, is that everybody just doesn't know how good these rookies can potentially be until we see them out there on the field.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, we don't know either, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen flashes. We like what we see. There's a lot of reasons to be hopeful and to be positive here. But it also isn't just about the rookies. Like, are these guys going to be put in the situations to succeed? Are they going to play enough? Are the coaches going to give them the plays, and whether it's Cyrus Allen giving him the routes where he's actually going to be able to get open and have a good scheme to run? Is R. Mason Thomas going to be in on the passing downs where he can really pin his ears back and go get the quarterback? So it's about multiple things.
Yeah.
There's lots of factors with that. But I'm way more hopeful than I was a month ago, a week ago, about this team and about the young guys. So I do think the roster construction, perception, the conversation absolutely could change. There is no question about that in my mind. But to what extent, I don't know. Are all these guys going to be hits? More than likely not. But hey, that happened in 2022. Brett Veach has done that once before, where literally like everyone in the class was great and hit and was here on this team for quite some time. I'll say at least good. So that can happen again, and it looks like it's closer to that than it definitely was 2 years ago and in 2023.
Yeah, they've definitely made some strides with that. Like, you're feeling really good about this draft class. I don't know that we're really feeling great about draft classes the last couple of years. And so this brings us to ESPN doing their future 29. I think I'm going to sneeze in just 1 second. I'm not sure yet. So if all of a sudden you hear me sneeze.
Okay, perfect.
And they have the Chiefs ranked as the 11th best roster going into the next 3 years, 27, 28, and 29. And I looked at that and I went, with all the negativity that's been surrounding people's talk about this roster, projecting for the next 3 years to have the 11th best roster as of right now, I think that's pretty good, because I only think it's going to get better based on that conversation we just had about the entire roster. And if these rookies live up to what we think they're going to look up to or live up to, this roster is going to look completely different than what people have as their perception today, I think.
Yeah, and this was an article based on 27, 28, and 29.
Right.
So future roster, the next 3 years, not 26. And how does it look? And they rated it based on 4 different categories. The overall roster, excluding the quarterback, the coaching, and the front office. Those were their 4 rankings based on a 1 to 100 scale, basically giving you a grade, a C, a B, and A. The quarterback, obviously, number 1. They gave it a 97.
Yeah.
Don't even know how it's not 100, but fine. It's a 97, ranked number 1. I love that. Overall roster, excluding the quarterback, is where it worries me, because it was number 18.
Yeah.
They got a C, a 76.
Again, this is before we're seeing these young players, see what they can do.
How much does that go up from 76, from 18 in the NFL? If those guys hit, does it go up to 10? Does it go up to 15?
I think it goes up. That NFL overall. I think it
the
goes
overall roster excluding the quarterback, right?
I think
right now they're at 18.
I think it goes up exponentially because we're talking about. Let's just talk it out loud real fast. If Delane, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, Emmett Johnson, and Cyrus Allen all hit of your roster,
Huge.
that is a dramatic change. It's a big change, and that's why I say exponentially changes. I don't know the formulas, all that, or what they look at, and your eyes and my eyes obviously are completely different. So,
what's a hit for our Mason Thomas? Like, what are we categorizing that as?
Well, see, you and I are completely different. I'm going to go with the eye test. If I know on third down I can rely on that guy to get to the quarterback and affect the play and get a sack, get a quarterback hit, knowing maybe they got to keep a tight end in to block guy, or maybe they know that they've got to get an assistance with a guard, and that gives Chris Jones a little bit of an opportunity to push up the middle or something like that. I think for me, our Mason Thomas and these guys, it is the eye test. Can I rely on that guy? Sometimes we make sports too hard, right? Well, look at this, that. No. Can I rely on this guy to go out there and make a play? That's how I think I'll know with our Mason Thomas.
That's fair, and I think so far he does pass the eye test. Obviously, he's got the bend, he's got the speed, but I am going to be looking at stats. I mean, I am going to be looking at numbers. How often are you actually getting the quarterback? Not just sacks, but pressure, and they're going to need that number to be up. I mean, the last two seasons, the Chiefs have been in the bottom 5, bottom 10 of pressure numbers, of sack numbers, and that is, I mean, dude, it's one of the trenches. It's old school, right? I mean, even eye test guys know that. You've got to be good in the trenches, and that means getting to that quarterback, getting him on the ground. And
you got to affect the quarterback.
Yeah, you have to, and our Mason Thomas has to be. If you think about these next 3 years, 27, 28, and 29, which is what this article is based off of, there's no 87. 95, maybe he's part of 2027, but he's not in 28 and 29.
Right.
So getting to the quarterback now all of a sudden is up to Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, and George Karlaftis. One of those three, hopefully two of those three, but one of those three guys kind of has to become a stud, a star, a premier type player, and maybe they add someone, but they were just basing off of what they have right now.
But isn't that funny, though? You took 87 and 95 out of the going forward, and they're still 11th.
Overall, because of the quarterback.
Because of the quarterback, yes.
Yeah, because of the and that's my concern. We know how good Mahomes is, but I don't want to watch his 30s having to carry this team on his back, which is last 2 seasons a little bit watching.
But they went out and they rectified that. They got the running backs. They went out and they got the right coaches for the wide receivers. And, there's only so many different players you can change over. But I think they made a concerted effort to take the pressure off of Patrick this year.
See, I like this text from the 816, a special player that makes plays and gets 8 to 12 sacks per season. That's great. That's a hit.
Yeah, you'll know. We'll all know at the end of the year. We'll all know if our Mason Thomas was a hit or not.
Coaching, they were ranked 12th.
I don't understand
this.
They got an
85.
one.
They got a B. Is that because Andy Reid won't be here by 28 and 29?
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't even
they're
think
going
about
off.
that.
That's what they're going
I don't
off
know.
of. That's interesting. I wish they have a little blurbs for everything, right?
Yeah, but they don't say anything about coaching.
Nothing
at all.
in the coaching. They mentioned reasons for concern, and Louis Riddick was the one who wrote that portion of the reason for concern. He mentions the running back position being fixed, but then mentions the concern for the wide receiver and talks about hoping Cyrus Allen can elevate into a primary target. He does give second-year receiver Jalen Royals a mention, which I think is funny. I mean, that just shows you where the national guys are at. Jalen Royals is irrelevant to this team.
Lou's very tied into this team, though, having worked with Andy and all those guys in Philadelphia.
Which is what made me surprised that he mentioned Jalen Royals, who, in my opinion, is kind of irrelevant to this team currently.
Maybe not to Andy, though. Maybe not to Brett. Maybe not to,
We'll see. I don't think he's a part of the future of this team succeeding. Front office, another little bit of a head-scratcher. 78 was their score, 13th in the NFL. I don't understand that.
No, I don't get that.
Is
one
that
either.
just GM front office? Is that the whole, what is that?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know that there's 12 front offices in the NFL that are better than the Kansas City Chiefs, and I sure as hell know there's not 11 better coaching staffs and coaches in the NFL than what the Chiefs have. I mean, we talk about the Kansas City Chiefs in such a category of, if you look at Steve Spagnuolo, people will say, well, he's a Hall of Fame coach, even though there's no Hall of Fame assistant coaches because the NFL doesn't do that. Have assistant coaches go in, but people still call that guy a Hall of Fame defensive coordinator and a Hall of Fame head coach. and a special teams coach that's looked at as one of the best in the NFL. Got to get better this year, Tobe. But
much better.
Yeah, but
too.
I mean, those are three legitimately good, really good to great coaches that this organization has. So the coaching one makes me question it a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the division, you've got the Broncos at number 4, the Chargers at number 10. Both those teams coming in the top 10 and ahead of the Chiefs. The Broncos, I mean, it's the exact opposite of what the Chiefs is. You look at what the Broncos are, their overall roster, excluding quarterback, they're tied for second. They got a B+, 87.7% was their score. Quarterback, they got a B-, they were 17th. And then their top 10 in coaching and in front office. The being 6th in coaching, way ahead of Andy Reid. Now, again, you're talking about the future. Sean Payton may be there for these next 3 seasons.
Right.
And that comes into a factor. I get that. But, yeah, it is interesting to look at. They are the exact opposite right now of what the Chiefs are. It's the quarterback kind of carrying the Chiefs ranking, whereas the rest of the roster for the Broncos is carrying them.
Well, same thing with Seattle. Their roster rank is number 1. Their quarterback is 16. The Eagles, quarterback is 14, roster 2.
Quarterback
Lions, quarterback 13, roster 6. Without the quarterback,
Without the quarterback, roster 6, without the quarterback.
I mean, the Rams' quarterback is ranked 24th moving forward.
Yeah, because Stafford's here for this season.
That's right.
And then it's done.
Right.
And so how does that, I know they've got the coaching, they've got the front office. You got the coaching, they've got the best. They gave him a 95, they gave McVay number 1. Is McVay here in 2028 and 2029?
See, everybody's like, Andy's going to be. What if McVay wins a Super Bowl? He bounces.
Yeah, and he's gone. Exactly right. They give them a great front office, and we know what Les Snead does over there for the front office, so I understand that. Patriots at number 6, Packers at number 7, and they're kind of even. You look at the Packers, they're 7 with the roster, excluding the quarterback, 7 quarterback, just outside the top 10 in coaching, and then 7th front office. So they're pretty even as far as just being top 10, being in that 7th score. Texans 8, Ravens 9, and then again the Chargers 10. And again, pretty even. 13th roster excluding quarterback, top 6 quarterback, top 10 coach, top 8 front office. Solid ranking. So the Chiefs do need to hope that both the roster, including the quarterback, gets better. And to your point, the coaching, you mentioned all those new coaches, maybe that can improve their ranking from 12 in the coaching ranks as well because of those Chad O'Shea additions, because of the DeMarco Murray, because of bringing back Eric Bieniemy and that accountability. Maybe that gets that coaching ranking up as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of room for improvement on there, but I thought going forward in the future, where we are right now, not really knowing about these rookies who we think 5 could be superstars, that roster is going to change big time moving forward. People are going to fear the Chiefs here before long.
I do think that it's already starting to happen a little bit from that first preseason game. People are like, damn, Emmett Johnson looks really good. Oh, wow, Cyrus Allen actually does look like a target. And all of a sudden, you're like, okay, if they give Mahomes a reliable target along with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy can blaze past people, and we saw what Tyquan Thornton to do, and Kelsey's still there, all of a sudden you start to kind of add it all together for this season, and people are going, okay, dang, they actually might be back. They might be back. And we've seen the last 2 offensive line rankings that I've seen, I think we've talked about one of them, have the Chiefs as top 10 offensive lines. That narrative's beginning to shift as well.
Yep, it really is. So a lot of good in the future for the Chiefs. They're hitting on all cylinders at this point in time. Eventually in the NFL, you got to win in the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to take care of business in the postseason, and especially if you are a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan Orlovsky, I mean, he's the lightning rod right now, right? And look, a lot of times we don't like and agree with what Dan Orlovsky has to say.
No.
I will give Dan Orlovsky credit. He sticks his neck out there, and he comes up with opinions, and he backs them up. They may not always be great, like, Fernando Mendoza never played in a big game type of stuff. But I give the guy a lot of credit. Every once in a while, we're all going to step in it. And Dan Orlovsky said something the other day about Justin Herbert. They're on whatever NFL show he's on ESPN these days. And he says, everyone who hates on Justin Herbert, there's some validity to that he has not played his best football in the playoffs, but he still got them there. And I quote tweeted that. I go, some validity? He hasn't played great, Mac, in the postseason. And I think with quarterbacks, there are different stages of these guys and their careers in the NFL, right? You get drafted, you come in, you're a rookie. You're basically given a free pass that first year. Go out there, do what you want. Let's see what you can do, play, do your thing. then it's like, okay, let's take that next step. Let's start to win in the regular season. And obviously Patrick was a lot different than most of these rookie quarterbacks. He hit the ground running and never looked back. Most rookie quarterbacks do not do that, right? When we talk about the greats of all time, Montana, Brady, Mahomes, Manning, all of them had a little bit of a rocky start, but once they got going, they never look back, right? Joe Montana had to play for his job all the time. Tom Brady was a bench player. Peyton Manning was 2-14 his first year, and Mahomes didn't see the field. So they all had those little bit, of a rough start, but boom, once they took off and hit the ground running, again, they never look back. They never relinquished what they were able to go out there and accomplish. We judge every quarterback in the NFL and those 5 guys constantly right now. And so over the stages of your career, you're drafted, you have that rookie year. Then once you get to that second year, if you've shown signs, they went out maybe weapon season, you're starting to get close to the playoffs. Then you get into the playoffs. And then eventually you get to that stage of your career where I don't really care about all this other stuff that you did. It's time for you to win playoff games. And I think, for my money, that's where Justin Herbert is right now. It is time for Justin Herbert to take that next step and to take that leap to go and win in the postseason. And that seemingly has become what we judge quarterbacks off of. That's how quarterbacks get paid. Teams win championships. Everybody celebrates them. Eventually, you have to do it in the postseason if you want to be considered a very good to great quarterback in this league. You have got to find a way to get it done when it matters the most. And until Justin Herbert does that, I'm still going to kind of put him on that fringe on the outside looking in to where we are. Because this is the year now, I would think. They've done everything for that guy. It's time for him to take it up to the next level and win in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think the conversation is twofold. There's no doubt there comes a point where if you are going to be that elite, that great, that franchise quarterback, the playoff success does have to come at some point. But I don't think it's everything. I think Herbert is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He's a top 8 quarterback in my opinion, and I think getting to the playoffs is depending on your situation, because we talk about it all the time. How much of situation matters for a quarterback and their success? Like, at least 50%.
A lot.
A lot.
I would say it's probably more than...
Yes.
Look, it's 80% at least, I think, because you see guys with talent all the time in this league that come in and they just never realize their talent. Now, some of it is on them, obviously, but let's look at some of these quarterbacks, Mac, that have failed in the NFL and look at who their coaches were and what their situation was, right?
Exactly right. No, you can look at these coaches. That's why I still leave out hope for a guy like Anthony Richardson in the situation that he was in, or a guy, some people, I've got friends who are saying Shedeur Sanders, if he was in a different situation, would be better. I don't necessarily agree with that one, right?
Yeah, that's one I'm like,
I'm out on,
man.
right?
But you were dancing and you were a 5th-round draft pick, man.
Yeah, and you got the whole watch celebrate.
Yeah.
Like, I'm done with it's time, the whole thing. I'm done with that. But he's won 11 games each of these last 2 seasons, Justin Herbert. That should mean something. Regular season success, even given the situation. He had, I think it was 14 or 15 different people play on the offensive line last season. One of the worst offensive lines in the league. Definitely the worst offensive line situation as far as injuries were concerned. And he was able to get that team to the playoffs and compete in a really, really tough division. If we talk about his play as an individual, like he has been fantastic. Now, does he need to get back to what 2021, 2022, 2023 statistically were in some aspects? Sure, but he protects the ball. He whips the ball around the yard. And if you talk about his situation, he hasn't had the best situation his whole career. Now it is year 3 with Harbaugh. They have done well at seemingly.
Is it only year 3?
This is year 3 in the Harbaugh era. The offensive line right now is healthy. They have a good offensive line when healthy. Maybe the best 2 tackles in the league, both of which were hurt last year. This is a year that it does need to happen. We'll do Futures Week in a couple of weeks, and I'll be talking about him a lot for one of the awards. That just a tease there, because he will be my pick for one of the awards. But I will say,
Defensive Player of the Year for Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert, it's on the way. I will say, him winning that one game against the Raiders to make the playoffs in 2023 to go. Then
was that the one where they like a tie would have put both of them in, and the coaches effed it up at the end?
Yes, like he won that game. That was a win and in. Like that's a playoff game to some extent. Like that was a win and in game. That was a playoff atmosphere. And I will say, you're right. He has not played well in the playoffs. I do think last year was pretty solid for the situation that he had. They only put up 3 points against New England, but again, he got sacked 6 times and he completed He was 19 for 31 for 160 passing yards. Like, Ladd McConkey took a massive step down. Quentin Johnston so far has been a drop machine. Who I think has a
he was good last year though.
He did have he had a really yes.
I mean, what a bounce back for that guy.
He had a bounce back season. No, he had a big bounce back season.
Because he was the guy that everybody was making fun of all year long. And that I give that kid a lot of credit, man. I was talking to somebody yesterday about athletes and social media and how immediately they go to their locker after a game and they read what people are saying, especially after a bad loss, right? These guys are all in their locker room looking at their phones. And for Quentin Johnson as a rookie to see what everybody was saying,
first-round pick.
I mean, I want to give him a standing ovation because he could have let that get to him and he could have been derailed mentally because of the way that he was being treated and harassed on social media. So the fact that he came back last year and had a big year, man, kudos to that kid. I'm listening to you, and you're making a great case for Justin Herbert because as I'm listening to you, I go, if the names were flipped and it was Patrick Mahomes and he had all these issues, I'd be saying all these things about Patrick Mahomes. Didn't have the offensive line. And you're right. The fact that that offensive line has been as bad as it's been from a health standpoint, and he never really missed a beat.
No.
I mean.
Plays through injury, plays with the broken hand.
And I was thinking that to myself last year. I'm like, oh, eventually this is going to go south. And it never did. And he kept doing it.
Kept it up. They kept it up. And I will say, if we judge, playoffs are a big part of it, but if we judge a quarterback based solely on playoffs, I mean, you're going to have Jalen Hurts above Justin Herbert. And in my eyes, the way I judge it, that's ridiculous to me. Mm-hmm. To me. Even though he's been to 2 Super Bowls, even though he's won those playoff games, put Herbert on the Eagles, I think it would be even better.
I always go back to what Danon has to say, the win with or win because of, and I don't know right now if Justin Herbert is a win because eventually you have to be that guy that shows me you're the win because of.
I agree. I don't know
when those moments have mattered most, it's like the Derek Jeter thing. Not the best shortstop of his era, but damn, you won because of Derek Jeter,
Yeah.
And say what you want about Jalen Hurts in those 2 Super Bowls. Holy crap, was he good.
He was great in the 2 Super Bowls. Leading up to it, he was at best a game manager, and he was able to be a game manager because of that fantastic situation.
And then on the biggest stages, he starred.
Yes.
I mean, that's what you want. You want your stars to shine on the biggest stages. And so I just haven't seen that out of Herbert. And how many years do we give somebody to, Mac? I don't know the answer to that question.
I think it depends on it depends on a lot of context. I will say I agree with you. This is a big year for Herbert. He needs to show up. He needs to show out, and he needs to.
This is his 3rd head coach, too.
This is his 3rd head coach, and this is the 3rd year with his best head coach that he's had by a long shot, and the best offensive coordinator he's had by a long shot. Mm-hmm. It's time. I'm not going to say you have to win a playoff game, but you need to make the playoffs and at least play fantastic.
Yeah, play great in the playoffs, and if you lose, don't make it because you didn't get the job done.
Right.
Don't be like Josh Allen and throwing it 40 yards behind you.
Exactly.
And expecting everybody to say, oh, no, that wasn't Josh's fault. The ball was wet. We got some home runs last night. We got some money going, huh?
Hey, yes. And, of course, this year we've partnered with KCUC, who's donating $50 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for every home run the boys in blue hit this season. 1 in 8 men will face prostate cancer. Early detection saves lives. At KCUC, Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team, you see the best in KC. Schedule today at kcuc.com. And this season, 126 home runs, $6,300. And Bobby Witt blasted 1 yard last night. Him and Cags were fantastic hitting back-to-back. That is a deadly duo. If they can surround that duo, man, if they can surround that duo with competency,
That's a good duo.
It may be the best duo in KC sports.
It may be right now. We'll have to see.
Yes.
I'm not ready to go there quite yet. With
fair.
that one, I'm close. Coming up here, it's Denver. We'll tell you who and why next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Peter Woods, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football on 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending, I love them. They're family for us, right? We talk to Golden Oak Lending a couple of times a year because, hey, we're like everybody else. There's times in our life where we need that financial help, whether it's the high cost of gas right now that's got you down, maybe it's high interest credit card rates that's got you down, or just the cost of living being so high, the expenses keep you up at night, just like they do for us. And maybe you're paying your bills every month, but you still can't seem to get ahead. You make those minimum payments, but because of high interest, the balances barely move, or they just keep growing. You may have built up equity in your home that could help. A simple refinance from Golden Oak Lending may allow you to use that equity to consolidate high-interest credit cards and other bills into one manageable monthly payment, which gives you the much-needed breathing room you've been looking for. So start with a free mortgage checkup today. Call Golden Oak Lending at 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. Tell them all about your financial situation, and they'll get to work to find a mortgage that works for you. You can also visit them at goldenoaklending.com. Golden Oak Lending, MLS 114937.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health are saying, hey, it's time, man. Come on, come see us today, because erectile dysfunction can affect more than your sex life. It can put a strain on relationships, impact your confidence, and leaving feeling you frustrated, anxious, and embarrassed. And Heartland Men's Health specializes in helping men overcome sexual health concerns with personalized treatment plans designed around their individual needs. And at Heartland Men's Health, they use advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond the pills. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating guys right here in Kansas City, and they're ready for you. So call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Schedule a consult. It's $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. Plus, they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Whether I'm setting up the ultimate tailgate or hosting a watch party, game day is all about the Chiefs and keeping it stress-free. That's why I go to Hy-Vee. They make planning a breeze with everything you need in one convenient stop. We're talking about tailgate trays packed with sliders, wings, charcuterie, sushi, appetizers, and those iconic Chiefs-themed cookies. Plus, a massive wine and spirits department to top off your beverage order. Let Hy-Vee handle the work. Just order online for pickup or delivery. It's a total game changer, only at Hy-Vee.
Back to school savings start now at Hy-Vee's 3-day sale. Stock up and save big this Friday through Sunday with hot deals in every department: meat, produce, bread, cereal, and snacks. Want an easier way to shop? Order on the Hy-Vee app or at Hy-Vee.com. Choose pickup or delivery and we'll do the shopping for you. Save time, save money. Shop your way during the back to school sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Kansas City football fans, Dana Hughes here. Countdown to kickoff is officially on, so now is the time to stock the cooler with Yingling Flight. Whether you're headed to training camp, firing up the grill, or getting together with family and friends on game day, Yingling Flight is the perfect way to enjoy the football season. At just 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbs, it's everything you want in a light beer. Yingling Flight, the next generation of light beer. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets: appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This report is brought to you by Bet365.
winning is everything.
With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Missouri.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
East side, 435 southbound, still rolling out of the I-70 interchange. Stay sluggish down past Raytown Road. Grandview Triangle, things look good. 435 westbound, off again, on again, slow from there to the state line. Olathe, 35 northbound past Santa Fe with an accident reporting briefly heavy coming up from Old 56 Highway. Allen Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, rolling through Tuesday here, 96.5 The Fan. Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey with you. Dusty's off. He will be back tomorrow. I said going to the break, F it, it's Denver. Because this was a hard question for me. And I didn't want to pick an obvious answer. So I said, you know what? I'm going to challenge myself on this one. Get out of my comfort zone a little bit. And I'm taking the Denver Broncos. I don't care what you say. What's the topic again?
The topic is who's the team that's going to suck that no one's just talking about. Because we always have a team that's great. That's like, whoa, he came out of nowhere. And we have one or two or three teams that end up falling hard that we were like, damn, we had expectations for that. Also, quick correction, because, hey, we don't get everything right. I was wrong on this, talking about Herbert defending him, saying he did win a playoff game with a win-and-in game for the Raiders.
No, he did not.
He did not win that game.
They tied that game, I thought.
They lost in overtime.
Is that what it was?
I think it was the Raiders who messed it up. They were trying to go for the tie, and then the Raiders were like, whatever, we're going to go and win, and got in the playoffs. And I think that was the year that the Raiders and Derek Carr had a chance against the Bengals.
That's what it was.
They were in the red zone.
Yes, that's right. It was. It was the Raiders. And Derek Carr didn't play good in that game, if I don't.
Against the Bengals? I can't remember.
A couple of turnovers, maybe?
Maybe. I know at the end they were in the red zone and he threw a good pass, and I think there was a penalty that should have been called that wasn't, and that whole Bengals run is completely fraudulent in my eyes. And the last 5 years have shown us that, in my opinion.
Did you say earlier they haven't been in the playoffs in 5 years?
I think it's been 4 seasons, 5 seasons. I'll have to look it up.
But the Bengals have not been in the playoffs?
Yes.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, yeah.
When you say that, it's like one of those things that probably is true. I'm not doubting you. I'm just doubting my own mind going, it's been 5 years since they haven't been in the playoffs since Burrowhead happened?
Burrowhead, 2022.
That's the last time they were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I want to go back a little bit because they haven't been to the playoffs since 2022. And people are taking for granted what the Chiefs has done for a decade of getting back to the playoffs every single year.
Getting back to the playoffs.
Yeah, and getting back to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl and going 17-4 in the playoffs and playing more than an entire extra season of games. So when I say, yeah, they were tired last year. Yeah. They were tired. I mean, the Bengals have had a 5-year Super Bowl hangover. I can't believe that,
man.
playoff
hangover, because the last was the AFC Championship loss, where, I mean, the Chiefs exercised their demons, and again, since then, see ya. Haven't seen them once.
That's insane.
But who is the team that's going to suck that no one's talking about? And you say Denver.
I just said F it, Denver.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is, again, this is my perception, and I'm totally wrong. They just seem like a bunch of arrogant douchebags out there now.
Totally.
And I just want to punch them all in the face.
Yes. Well, who's the guy leading them? An arrogant douchebag.
Yeah. Guy who had bounties out to kill people, for God's sakes.
Yes. No, I like this. I really hope this is true. I don't think it will be. This roster's too good. They'd have to have way too many things go wrong for it in order to be right. But I don't think it is. I don't think this is a 12-win Denver team. I don't think this is a team that's going to win the division. I think they're going to be third in the division. I think they might still make the playoffs because this might be a 3-playoff team type division.
Yeah.
This may be the best division in all of football this season. Mm-hmm. But I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm going under on the 10.5. I think they win 10 games this year, and I think they struggle, and I think they have huge Bo Nix conversations at the end of the season.
Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah, I look at, again, the Denver Broncos are the Beverly Hillbillies. They struck oil, and they think they're oil barons now.
and they're going to do their thing, and they're walking around like they've conquered the world. You won a division when Patrick Mahomes got hurt, and they were coming off their third straight Super Bowl. You took advantage of a situation. And by God, God love you. You capitalized. You were opportunistic, right? And I think that is important for teams to be opportunistic. Look, the Royals did it in 24 when the White Sox weren't any good, right? They were opportunistic, and they capitalized. That's what Denver did last year. I don't know that opportunistic teams have that staying power. But again, they do have a good roster. But they to me, are putting off the vibe that they've already packed for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. No, they're like, oh, well, we should have made it last year if it weren't for our quarterback hurt, so we'll just run it back and we'll do that again.
And that's why it's so important to knock down the door when you get that close, because you don't know if you'll ever be there again, Mac. They don't know if they'll ever be in that situation again where they're playing a home game to go to the Super Bowl with weather moving in and the coach has no idea what the forecast is.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, they did beat Josh Allen, but they didn't have to go through Lamar Jackson. They didn't have to go through Patrick Mahomes. So both those guys, one of those two guys at least, if not both those guys, will be back in the dance this year.
Yeah.
And so they're going to be a part of the equation as well. And you won the division, so you had a home game. Are you going to be able to do that again this year? It's going to be tougher. It's going to be more difficult for Denver. So I hope that it's correct. I do think they'll still be good. But, yeah, I don't think they're going to be as good as people are saying. I think the Falcons are about to be ass.
Okay,
ass city. They're over-under at 7.5. It's already gone down from 8.5, so people are starting to understand. But I'm still smashing that under. I don't think this team's even mediocre. I don't know what's good about this team other than the skill positions. Yes, I love Drake London. Yes, I love Bijan Robinson. Kyle Pitts is good. Mm-hmm. Other than that, I don't know what we're talking about.
Well, they don't have a quarterback.
The offensive line isn't that good. They don't have a quarterback. Their defense isn't that good.
You don't need to talk anymore.
Yeah, it's just like...
they don't have a quarterback, and the offensive line is bad. Okay.
See you later. Yep, it's done. It's
Other
over.
than the death, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln,
Yeah, I think it's write them off. They're done. I'll actually put them last in the NFC South.
That's fair. And I don't have a problem with you doing that. I look at Denver and I just think, man, you guys acted like you've already arrived. A lot of times the team that comes onto the scene and gets that close and fails does not have a good follow-up. And when you look at the Denver Broncos, you have to think, do they have that staying power? Roster-wise, yes. Mindset, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they're smelling themselves, man. And when you start smelling yourselves, you find out how you stink.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because, you're great, you're great, you're great, you're great. Okay, go do it again. Now,
BBL stinky.
Now, there's a couple of things working against Denver. Number one, everybody's gunning for them.
Yeah.
Right? They're a circle game now on the
100%.
schedule for everybody. Number two, one-score wins last year. They will even themselves out.
Yeah, people aren't talking enough about that. I know you have been,
but
other people are not discussing that. That was such a big topic with the Chiefs when they did it 2 years ago, and it did end up coming to fruition. It hasn't been a topic with the Broncos, and it should be, especially because they don't have the most clutch quarterback of all time.
And we just witnessed it with the Chiefs. The one-score games evened out for the Chiefs, and instead of going 15-2, they were 6-11.
Yes.
And so Denver is going to have those things kind of come back to the pack. Coming up here on 96.5, The Fan, start, bench, cut. Next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Josh Simmons, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you, when your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option for you out there. But here's what I want you to do. Do your homework and know that once a joint's replaced, there's no going back. So, before you schedule surgery, consider getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether you're dealing with pain from bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation that you need to have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you right here in Kansas City. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. And the whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, just avoiding it altogether. And that's why it makes sense to explore every option before you make a decision that can change your life. Don't just accept surgery as your only choice. Call QC Kinetics for a second opinion, and it's totally free to chat. Call 816-412-6299. Get that free consultation on the books today. 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
You know your age, your weight, your income, and probably even the mileage on your car. But what's your testosterone level, and is that level normal for your age? If you don't know the answer, Low T Center can help, and we'll do it for free. Come take a free testosterone test and find out if Low T Center can help invigorate your life like it has for thousands of other men in Kansas City. Go to fixmylowt.com and book an appointment today. That's fixmylowt.com for your free T-test today.
Hey, it's the Lawman giving you a couple updates. Just settled a case for $1.175 million on a commercial vehicle accident, $750,000 on a motorcycle accident, $557,500 on a premise liability case. Call the Lawman. The Lawman gets results of the law. If you've been charged with a felony DWI, call the Lawman. You only got a short window to get the admin filed in Missouri and in Kansas. Call me now.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It shouldn't be based solely on advertisements.
In a business built on trust, experience matters. For more than 36 years, Century Roofing has installed over 36,000 roofs across Kansas City, earning a reputation for quality, integrity, and service. Homeowners have voted Century Roofing Best Roofing Company in Johnson County for the 5th consecutive year and Best in Kansas City for the 2nd straight year. KC-based and female-owned, Century Roofing. Visit CenturyRoofingKC.com. Trust the pillars of strength.
Century Roofing. Trust the pillars of strength.
The Advent Health Championship is Casey's only PGA Tour event. Whether you're a golfer or you just want to be part of the fun, family-friendly event, see the future stars of the PGA Tour at Blue Hills Country Club, August 20th through 23rd. Ticket information at adventhealthchampionship.com.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6 amp hour 2-pack of batteries. Now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Did you know Skechers makes high-performance footwear for almost every sport you play? Here's what our athletes are saying.
Hi, I'm pro basketball player OG Anunoby. I dominate in Skechers basketball. Skechers delivers championship-level performance.
I'm WNBA star Jackie Young. Skechers keeps me quick, comfortable, and ready for anything.
And you can get high-performance Skechers and hands-free slip-ins technology. Just step in and perform.
I'm pro golfer Matt Fitzpatrick. I play in hands-free Skechers golf slip-ins.
Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or whatever high-performance sports shoes are sold.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's your traffic report on 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by SWL Injury Law, the Car Crash Kings. It's what they do. Visit SWLinjurylaw.com.
Missouri side 470 southbound with construction around 40 highway, right lane blocked. Delays back almost to 39th Street. You get out of it when you get down towards Lakewood. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Bucks this Saturday with pregame starting at 5 and kickoff at 6:30. All right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. In Odyssey Sports Station. This is Fescoe and Dusty.
I got Mahomes' balls in my hands.
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, football.
From potholes to pop-ups, we got it covered.
Hey!
Here's Bob Fescoe.
Take a bite out of my ass.
And Dusty Likens.
Big nuts.
All right, rolling through Tuesday morning here, 96.5 The Fan. Mac Maury, Bob Fescoe with you. Dusty is off today. He will be back tomorrow here on 96.5 The Fan. Tomorrow, of course, we'll talk a little college football with Jay Binkley. I see Drew's in there as well.
Oh, yeah, he's ready to go. He just got a new college football preview book.
Oh, which one did he get?
By Brett Cianca?
I don't know.
Yeah, apparently this is Josh Pate's new guy. Josh Pate said you should buy this.
Okay.
You should buy this one, and so he's like, all right, I'm going to listen to Josh Pate and buy it.
Okay.
And he was showing me it's depth. It's got some depth to it for sure.
Is it better than Phil Steele's Texas High School Preview magazine?
That's the one that he used to get, so he said he'll tell me which one's better.
Okay, because the Phil Steele one has fakes out there now. People are selling fake.
What?
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's been bad, bro.
God.
What? At Amazon, people are ordering them. They're coming. What is this? And she's like, I didn't send that. 4 different places have had fake Phil Steele Texas High School foot. If you don't know, and most people don't, Phil Steele puts this magazine out every year in the state of Texas, previewing every single Texas high school football team. It is an incredible read. I mean, it is one of the most in-depth things you will ever see. Just do yourself a favor. If you're down in Texas on business and you see it on a newsstand or you're there on vacation or hell, order it. Just get this thing. I mean, when this thing used to arrive, Binkley would take his pants off.
Of course he did.
You know?
There's juice all over the place.
Yeah, so that is quite a publication, the Texas High School Football Phil Steele Preview. It's unbelievable because you think about Texas, obviously high school football is huge, but I mean, there's like 800 high schools in Texas. Every single one gets a roster breakdown. No matter if you're the biggest or the smallest, they're breaking down your roster.
That's so much. But hey, football is religion down there. So
it just means
just
more,
is. It does.
as they say, right?
Yes.
Let's do Start Bench Cut.
Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start Bench Cut.
All right, Start Bench Cuts, all brought to you by my friends over at Jay's Southland Tow. Be in the know and use Jay's Southland Tow. These guys are the best. I talk about it all the time. When my daughter had their wreck, they sent out Rusty, their safety guy, took care of everything for us. Then the tow truck came. An unbelievable experience with Jay's Southland Tow.
Yeah, I haven't used them, but my friends have, and I've recommended them to them when they've been in trouble.
You don't want to use them.
Well, no, you never want to have to. But I had a friend who had to, and I said, all right, I know somebody. And they called them, and they were like, dude, they were great.
Yeah, they're outstanding.
They're the best. All right, Start Bench Cut. I don't know in what aspect I put these 3 teams. I'm trying to remember my idea here. Let's just say for hatred, Broncos, Chargers, Raiders.
Well, see, this is where the generation thing comes in. So as far as hatred, I'm starting the Raiders, benching the Broncos, cutting the Chargers. They're irrelevant. I assume you're going in a different order.
Yeah, I'll start the Broncos, cut the Raiders, or bench the Raiders and cut the Chargers.
Yeah. The Chargers just have never done enough to be warranted as a real rival right now in this division. It could change.
No, I've always kind of I don't know. I don't mind the Chargers. I liked Phillip Rivers for a large part of it. There was a moment where
they were
really
never a
huge threat.
Yeah.
No, exactly right. I mean, in the time when they were great, I was too young to really be locked in. Those early 2000s teams were awesome with LT and stuff. But I just wasn't as locked in there when they had maybe the best offense in the league for one season.
Generation thing, you go, when they were great. I'm thinking of 80s and Dan Fouts. And you're
No, I love watching Dan Fouts clips, though. I do love watching Dan Fouts clips.
I'm like, but Dan Fouts back in the day and Don Coryell and that air attack offense that was so awesome. Yeah, they were great. Oh, the 2000s.
Yeah, LT Gates. Fave rookie from preseason game number 1.
Okay.
Emmett Johnson, R. Mason Thomas, Cyrus Allen, Start Bench Cut. I know, they were all awesome.
I'll start Johnson, Thomas, Allen.
Okay.
I'll bench nobody and I'll cut nobody.
I'll start Thomas.
I think R. Mason Thomas was the biggest.
Whoa, here we go. That's someone coming off the edge.
I wanted this guy for a year.
Please.
Thank God. OU. Way to go, Boomer Sooner. Kurt Nelson loves that.
Like Karlaftis has had his moments. He's had a good season or maybe a season and a half that's been really good. But someone with speed and bend off the edge, I didn't realize how much I wanted it and wished for it until I saw it. Just a flash of it in that preseason game. Starting him, benching him at Johnson. It was great to see a backup running back. Again, a backup running back.
Yeah.
Forced 10 missed tackles, almost as many as Pacheco did all last year. And I'll cut Cyrus Allen.
Wow, you're cutting a wide receiver in a position you think stinks. I love it.
I know. He did great. He did awesome. It's nothing against him. It's just those 2 other guys were just fantastic.
Yeah,
and they
were
got
so
more reps.
good. I mean, you're asking me to pick my favorite child at this point.
Exactly. Yes, I'm starting all of them. Okay, how about this? Sports months. Start bench cut. August, July, February.
So you're taking the 3 worst months of sports,
yes.
Right? All right, so let's look at this. I'm going to go February as I'm going to start February because in February you still have the Super Bowl. You're gearing up for March Madness and spring training. So I'm going to start February. I am going to bench August because you got preseason football games. The college football stuff is starting to get big. The drama is out there with the NFL. It's all back. Remember the first day of the NFL season, we had how much drama, on day one. So I will bench July or August, and then I will cut July because there's just nothing going on.
Nothing going on in July. Yeah. I don't know. I'll start February like you did. I will bench July and I will cut August. The reason I'll bench July is because it feels like we're getting closer to football and preseason hadn't quite started yet, so you get a bunch of takes. And once preseason actually starts, it's not as exciting as we all talk about it being.
Yeah, because all of our hot takes get decimated because of the actual performance of these guys. You're like, I thought that guy was good. Oh, he's really good. Well, hell, there goes that topic.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather live in hypothetical what-if season for a little longer. Okay. August, to me, I'm just like, this isn't real, but it's not fake, and it's just a weird month for sports, so I'm cutting August. How about best 3 sports months? Well, widely considered November, October, April.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, which one? Start, bench, cut. I think those are. That's,
I
Tell
mean,
me I'm wrong, text line.
October is the best sports month. It really is. You got the World Series. You've got basketball and hockey getting started up. You're in the crux of the football season, both collegiately and at the pro level. October has everything going on. You get to you get to November. Yeah, football's still there, but the newness of basketball and hockey is worn off. Baseball's over. It's just football at that point in time. I think October. I think April. Or good. June is becoming a really good sports month now as well.
June is becoming really good. I'll start November because the same things are true with football. Still in the thick of it. You've got NHL and NBA kind of getting more serious, and you've got the World Series. So I'll start that.
No, November the World Series is over. October is your World Series.
I think now. Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's called the October Classic.
I'm aware. It's called March Madness.
It ends in April. No, I think the last day of the World Series this year is slated to be on October 31st.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it does spill over.
I was
going to
say last year I know it spilled over into November.
But,
that's fair.
That doesn't count as the month though.
No, that's fair. I'll start October, then I'll bench November, and I will cut April, even though April's freaking awesome too. Okay, how about this? Country club sports, tennis, golf, swimming.
Yeah, I'm going to start swimming and bench tennis and cut golf.
Yeah, we'll do. Is this are you doing to watch or to play?
All.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll do the same order, but it's really close. Actually, no, I'll bench golf. I'll cut tennis, even though I really do like tennis. It's just less accessible for me.
Mm-hmm.
I can watch golf like all the time.
Yeah.
Like, if you go to a bar right now, that's going to be what's on in the afternoons. It's going to be golf. It's going to be a baseball game. So it's just going to be on. I'm going to be watching it, so I will binge that. But yeah, I wish we got to watch swimming more, honestly. I wish there was more. I wish it was more accessible and more popular. Swimming's great.
I think professional Olympic sports teams would be really cool. And I don't know how cool it would be, but I think it would be like watching when my kids were in junior high and they were doing track, watching the older kids run the 100-meter dash. I'm like, damn. That's awesome. Could you imagine like an Olympic team for every city where you had a swimming event, you had a sprinting event?
Hell yes.
I don't know, just something different to throw out there. It's a 2-hour event. You're going to swim, you're going to run, you're going to do a couple of Olympic events, and you go compete against another team and see where you end up.
Herbert, Hurts, Lawrence, before we get out of here.
I'll start Hurts, I'll bench Herbert, I'll cut Lawrence.
And I will start Herbert, bench Lawrence, and I will cut Hurts.
There you go. Coming up here, this weekend, it matters the most. We'll tell you what it is next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Alohi Gilman, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are folks we could not live without. I've become so spoiled now how good my front yard looks. I can never tell Aspen, take the week off. No, because we love when Aspen comes to our house. The grass looks awesome. They clean up the yard. They just do everything extra to make your yard stand out. And they deliver on customer service every single time. That's why I love the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. Not only did they take our yard from a total mess, a complete completely just awful disaster area and turned it into something marvelous. They're just great people as well. I love having my conversations with Jake over at Aspen about what's going on with the yard. And, I hear he makes some pretty good chocolate chip cookies as well. So there's a lot going on with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. The pest control side is key for us because we had a couple of mice, so we called Aspen. They put some boxes out. No more mice. We've got the mosquito dome over our house. It keeps the mosquitoes, the ticks, the fleas, all of that out of our house and our yard so we can enjoy days like today outside. Right now, Aspen's going to give you a free estimate and up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For more than 6 decades, family-owned Ready Services has kept Kansas City comfortable. From expert plumbing to HVAC, they provide honest repairs, no high-pressure sales. Don't just get a quick fix. Get it done right the first time at ReadyServices.com. REDDI Services.com.
Telly Tire and Auto Center's biggest sale is back. The tires at cost sale. That's right. You pay what we pay on any in-stock tires from Telly's huge inventory. Our certified techs will even mount and balance them for only $30 per tire. All that plus a 30-day ride guarantee and lifetime tire protection. Gas and grocery prices may be going up, but there's never been a better time to buy tires. Reserve yours now at TELLEtire.com before our sale ends. Take care of your car. Take it to Telly. Additional charges apply for tire disposal and road hazard warranty.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
This summer, Casey's has 89-cent medium fountain and new Frostbite by Casey's drinks. But if you don't have 89 cents, you could check your center console, dig between your couch cushions, ask Grandma for $1, or just use your credit card. 89-cent medium Frostbite by Casey's or fountain drinks at Casey's all summer long. Restrictions may apply. See store for details.
The best football contests are back out in Las Vegas with Circus Sports. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. No rake in any of the 3 contests. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Or Circa Survivor. You pick one winner each week, the last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
Expect mostly sunny skies today with a high of 89.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
All right, back at it on a beautiful Tuesday. Beautiful fall football weather out there for everybody to enjoy. I mean, I haven't been out since, 5 o'clock this morning, so I'm assuming it's still beautiful outside. Looks nice outside today. Hopefully it's a little crisper out there and everybody's doing what they want and enjoying the beginning, hopefully maybe the beginning of fall, maybe not. We still have about another month to go.
Yeah, I think we'll get back into the 90s this week. But, hey, today, high of, 84, 85?
Yeah.
It's starting to creep down. I'll take it.
And you don't see the hundreds anymore across the schedule. Like I said, I looked at that 30-day forecast the other day, and opening night at Arrowhead, 75 and sunny. I mean, that's as perfect as you can get right there.
Hello,
75
America.
and sunny would be awesome, awesome.
Incredible.
But before we get there, we got to play this weekend's preseason game. And I don't know where I am on this preseason game. Mac, you say it's now the new dress rehearsal. I don't think you're wrong at all by saying this is the new dress rehearsal. I guess I just can't get with it being the new dress rehearsal. And I don't know if the team/players are even getting with it as their new dress rehearsal, because I don't know that you've done enough in camp to have a full, true dress rehearsal this early into the preseason. And also, I mean, you still got a month to go before the regular season. It just seems early to me, And you're not wrong by saying it has become the new third preseason game. But, man, it just feels like we're rushing this right now. Again, not adding games. I don't want any more preseason games or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like we're already here at the second preseason game. I feel like we just started this stuff. We're going to have a dress rehearsal, then have another week and another preseason game.
Yeah.
And then bounce to the regular season 2 weeks later.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you're 27 days away from when the Chiefs play. You're 22 days away from when the NFL season starts. It's 3.5 weeks.
3 weeks from tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah, 3 weeks from tomorrow is when the season starts to kick off. Yeah. So we're getting closer and closer, and you only can prep. You can only do what you have in front of you, right? And the NFL has truncated the preseason. We've all basically decided week 3 is the audition week. That's when you're going to see your Melvin Smiths. That's when you're going to see your Chu Godricks. That's when you're going to see your Peyton, your Brenning Stools, who looked really good in week 1, I will say.
Hey, he's going to be the guest today with Alex and Cody up at camp. Yeah, you got Jake Bringingstool. How jealous are you?
Let's go. I am jealous. God, I love that guy.
They should ask him if he's bringing a stool.
I love that. It never gets old, Bob. No, I love that guy. I actually think he looked really good in week 1. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Jared Wiley made a good catch, so it's probably still going to be Wiley as tight end 3. But either way, you only have as much times in front of you, and this is what it is. So this is the one game where I want everyone to play. I think we'll get a lot of people playing, and we are getting training camp updates here as the day has kind of started, and we're kind of rolling along here in the morning. Josh Simmons not in pads today.
Probably a day off. He had to play with the third team yesterday. Did you see that story?
I did, yeah.
With all the injuries that they had along the offensive line or whatever it was yesterday, Josh Simmons was playing with the third team. I mean, now, we talk injuries. We had Esapole. He was taken away because of dehydration. Did you see how fast that cart drove off the field?
Dude. I saw someone saying is Rashee Rice driving
I did see that.
I'm like, dude, slow down.
That thing was motor. So they needed, obviously they need to get an IV in him fast. so that's why Josh Simmons has today off, because he was playing with the third teamers yesterday, and he's like, all right,
yeah,
you did a solid yesterday, bro. We'll give you the day off today,
Drew Tranquill back in pads.
Okay, that's good.
That's very, very good.
Yep.
And it looks like Trey Smith, still no pads for Trey Smith. So Trey Smith, Josh Simmons not there. Chamari Connor, safety Chamari Connor, back in pads today as well. And so there are a couple early developments. And from our guy Matt McMullen, Mahomes lands at number 18 on the NFL Top 100.
Oh, okay, number 18. That's fair. I don't think that's a slight right now based on last. And we're basing it off of last season. Is what they do. Yeah. I mean, you look at these jokers that make this list, and you're like, what? How is Tyreek Hill was the number one player in the league last year? Right? Wasn't that last year? Or was that 2 years ago?
2 years ago now. I think it was 2 years ago now. I think that was our first full football season together.
That's like horseradish.
Yeah. Well, either way. This
is what
they
we're
base it on
about.
last season.
Yeah.
Mahomes missed games. You got to think 6 and that's 18. Actually, I thought he'd probably be lower based on the way that some of these folks vote and decide to go about those things. But no, I think you're right. I think when you start to look at the second preseason game, you want to get as much work in as possible and then take that body of work and build on it for the next couple of weeks, right? And that's what you want to do. All right, here's what we're doing well. Here's what we need to work on. Let's take what we're doing well and really excel at this and make it better than what it is. And let's take what we need to work on and get it to something that we can say, all right, we're doing well. And so by the time this preseason game is over with, on Saturday, you'll have 3 weeks and 2 days essentially before your next game that matters, right? Before the opener. So you'll have 23 days after this preseason game to get yourself ready. And look, that's a really nice amount of time to get ready for the Denver Broncos and to kind of compartmentalize things and figure out and start to put together the first 15 and all of this kind of stuff that you need for that home opener. So yeah, I think you're right. I'm just having having one of those moments where I'm like, damn, it's already that second preseason game. I don't feel like we've practiced enough.
No, I know. It just started. The camp is literally about to end this week, and then eventually we're already here. It's like right away. We're dress rehearsal, get ready. All the guys need to be playing, and yeah, that's how quick it happens now. 913 says, yeah, they rush everything now. Sam's Club has Christmas items out already.
Well, it's funny, because my mom sent a picture from the Costco where she lives, and it was all the Halloween stuff out already. Hy-Vee had the Halloween candy out last week. I was like, oh, those pumpkin Reese's peanut.
Oh, my gosh, yes. So good.
Because those are out at Hy-Vee now. I'm just going to tell you.
Shouldn't have told me that.
You get the Hy-Vee, get your Reese's.
It's
pumpkins.
August. I can't be eating those for 2 months.
Yeah, you can. Because before you know it, the Christmas candy's going to be out.
I know, and then you're
going to have, and it's not going to be the pumpkins. It's going to be Christmas trees for Reese's. So you got to get your pumpkins while you can at this point in time. But no, again, you're right. I think this game is important. I think this game does matter. You can kind of find some stuff that you want to do well and build on that, and really start to kind of build on everything that you've been doing so far. This preseason, they've done a nice job running the ball. They've been under center. Again, this is what I said when the season ended. I told you Andy is going to do everything that we've wanted him to do because that's what he's done. The times that we, and I say the collective we as a fan base, have called for things, they have fixed it. Changing the defense, changing the offensive line. And we sat here and we talked about that running game and they need to go under center more. And they're doing it, man.
Yes.
Like for a 68-year-old head coach, there is nobody more innovative with the times, changing with the times than Andy Reid. Yeah, the young guys do it all the time because they're young guys. A guy who's coaching this league, who's the winningest coach potentially of all time here real soon, is doing more changing than anybody. And I love it. It is so good to watch Andy Reid. He's a metaphor for everybody. It doesn't matter how old you are, how long you've been doing your job. You can always change. You can always get better. And you can always listen to others. And I think that's the biggest thing that we're taking away from this offseason is Andy listened. He listened to everybody. He listened to us on the radio. He listened to fans. He listened to Brett. He listened to Mark. He listened to Clark. He listened to everybody and made all those changes. And I think that's refreshing.
Well, yeah, and it's refreshing as a fan. I think it's probably refreshing for the team, for guys like Mahomes and those other guys that have been here for a minute to go, okay, we're changing some stuff up. I mean, because just like we know it and we saw all those videos, they're watching way more film than we are. They knew they were predictable last season.
Oh, yeah.
They knew defenses were prepared. And
but what were they supposed to do now looking back, right?
For sure. I understand it. I get it. It's why sports are hard, right? Because you think, okay, we're on the top. We're just going to keep this up. And then eventually you're not on the top anymore. And you're going, okay, well, we probably could have seen that. Hindsight's 2020, all those sorts of things.
You have to be honest with yourself, too. And I will say this, and I'm sorry to jump in. The Chiefs have done a great job of being honest with themselves, too. And admitting that, man, this isn't going in the right direction. You got to be honest with yourself and realize, hey, we may be on top, but it's not going to be forever, and we've got to change what we're doing. I think Andy Reid, and I'm talking about Andy, I think he was as honest with himself as he's ever been this offseason.
Yeah, I would think so as well. And it looked like in week one of the preseason game, it looked like a refreshed, renewed offense. You mentioned under center, play action, all those things were happening. In order for this team to succeed, Andy Reid's got to be able to change. And you mentioned bringing in new voices. Yeah, being able to actually listen to those voices is huge too. So a guy like Eric Bieniemy, who he trusts and respects, yes, it is the same old voice, same old face that we've had here before, absolutely. But if it means that he's actually going to be able to get in Andy Reid's ear and say, hey, listen, this is what we've got to do. I've been watching your team these last couple of seasons. You strayed away from a couple of things, Big Red. Like, let me help you out. Let me get back to what I can do best, and let's get this run game back. Here we go.
And I'll say this, too, about Eric Bieniemy as we're kind of talking. I think one of the most important things to have if you're a leader of an organization, whatever it is that you do, you need a no man. Mm-hmm. You need somebody that's going to push back and not be afraid to tell the boss, wrong.
Yep.
And that's Eric Bieniemy. He's not afraid to do that. And I think, him yelling about the penalties, that's why we brought him here. We talked about it yesterday. But if he can be a no man to Andy Reid, that may be the biggest gift that Andy's ever received, for somebody to go, and here's why, and the challenge, and to give Andy a different perspective. That's invaluable, because a lot of times we see these CEOs, just go back to Christmas Vacation. The guy's walking through, everybody's following, Merry Christmas, kiss my ass, kiss your ass, kiss his ass, all of that. Yeah. Like a lot of these rich guys, a lot of these powerful guys, they just have a bunch of yes men surrounding them. The guy who has the no man right next to him is the guy that achieves success. And Andy Reid's got his no guy back in Eric Bieniemy. And from that standpoint, that's good. Because I think Andy realized that, too. I need somebody to challenge me, not just agree with everything that I do.
Yeah, not just say, yeah, great job. Here's Connor Embry, who doesn't know anything. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, here's all these guys. Right. Todd Pinkston doesn't know anything. Matt Nagy's been here for a minute, probably gotten a little comfortable. Right. Said, yeah, all right, let's keep it up. And now you've got a guy like Eric Bieniemy who can actually play the bad cop, which is tough to do, too, for Eric Bieniemy. Like, that sucks.
And you have to have the right demeanor to be the bad guy. Matt could never be the bad cop. He's not a bad guy. That Eric Bieniemy's a bad guy, but he's got that hard-ass side to him,
He's got the hard-ass side to him, and Matt Nagy's just as cool as a cucumber, and that's a way different personality than what Bieniemy is.
Quarterback versus running back, too, because as a quarterback, when Matt was playing, you got to be cool, you got to be calm. As a running back, you got to be an explosive dude, and Bieniemy was an explosive running back, man. He used to run people over.
So we knew what Saturday was. It was the beginning of changes from Andy Reid, and we need to see that continue with the starters. And I'll also add, against starters, that Rams team is a thin Rams roster. So those second strings that they were playing, maybe third strings on some other deeper teams. I'm not saying the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are some amazing deep roster and they're going to have a great 53, but it is a little bit more well-rounded. They are going to have some guys out there. We'll see if Chris Godwin plays. Emeka Egbuka still with a toe strain, so Emeka Egbuka will not play. Baker Mayfield's going to start. Baker Mayfield's going to play. So for those defensive guys, especially those young guys, Mansour Delane, obviously he's not in this veteran conversation, but even like a guy like Chris Jones, I think it's important for Chris Jones to play because Peter Woods is playing a different position when Chris Jones isn't on the field. He's one tech versus two tech. He's going to be taking less double teams. In order for us to see Peter Woods and what he is and what this defensive line is with our Mason Thomas, with Karlaftis, you need all those guys together. I hope Josh Simmons is out there. Obviously, no pads today. Trey Smith, no pads again today. I doubt we see Trey Smith out
Trey
there.
Won't play in that
which
game,
is fine. So we won't see the full starting offensive line until week 1. We need to see all those guys. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. Like, hey, you there were a lot of memes on Chiefs Twitter this weekend about, hey, like these guys are laughing and acting like, they've really earned their spot. No, you haven't, and they need to go out there and play this week. That, in my opinion, 87. I'm sorry. Like, I need to see everyone out there that can play this weekend because this is the final opportunity to do so. And in a year that this team's undergone a plethora of changes, you've got to be able to now see that in action.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Brady. I mean, you and Tom ranting about these guys. You're football players, and you need to play in the preseason. Like, when did Tom Brady get to be 80 complaining about that yesterday? And then here's Matt Morey channeling his inner Tom Brady. I need to see this guy, and I need to see that guy.
I just do. I'm sorry, mate. That's my old school take.
It is, but I think it's a lot of curiosity, too, right? You just want to see it. You just want to be reassured. You really do. You want to be reassured that everything is going to be okay. The Travis is going to be fine. And, him doing the move on, who was it yesterday?
Oh, yeah. He
Gilman.
Tore up Alohi Gilman.
I mean, you want to, sorry, Alohi, man, but you got owned.
You got destroyed. Love you, brother. But, man.
I don't know that I've ever seen something like that before. I mean, Travis has one move, and it's marvelous. But it's one move. never go left on Travis. He's never going that direction.
Yeah. 913 says, Mac, I love you. Travis doesn't need to play. That's fine. If you want to take away the Travis Kelce part of it, fine. I'm okay with that. I would still play him for a series, to be honest. But Chris Jones should play for the reasons I mentioned. I think it's really important.
You're coming off a bad season too. I think Chris needs to get out there and play.
Yeah, and you've got a whole new defensive line. And you've got guys that are going to be imperative to success. We need to see these guys together.
Continuity matters.
Yes, it does. It does. Like we're getting Peter Woods last week without Chris Jones next to him. It's just not a fair judgment of what Peter Woods is actually going to be. So, whereas our Mason Thomas, his job doesn't change, right? It's one-on-one. Let's go get the quarterback.
You can see speed.
You can see it.
It doesn't matter who else is on the field. Speed stands out.
Yes.
And that's where our Mason Thomas is. The speed of our Mason Thomas is like, whoa, okay. I don't care who's playing. That guy's fast.
Chiefs. So Jack Cochran not practicing today. Omar Norman Lott still on the pup. Chamari Conner, LeJerry Sneed, and Drew Tranquil all suited up in pads. They will work today. And several offensive linemen are out today. Chu Godric, Josh Simmons, Trey Smith, and Matt Waletzko.
Yeah, Waletzko had an injury yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, Andy led the press conference with Waletzko's injury.
Okay.
I've never heard of that guy.
I was
sorry.
going to say, I'm sorry, Matt Waletzko. I feel bad.
The only reason I have is because I, saw the press conference and read the transcript, and but I don't know who that fellow is.
I don't either.
Yeah, but again, a lot of these guys were down yesterday, and again, Josh Simmons running with the third team. That's why he's out today, because you had 2 practices yesterday, bro. He really did.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes sense. He was a 5th-round pick in 2022 from the Cowboys.
Who?
Well, let's go.
Will Let's Go is his last name?
Matt Let's Go.
Oh, Matt Let's Go. Well, let's go and see what this guy
it had to do it. We also, so that's where I'm at. Yeah, Ken Walker, 913, a few carries. I mean, that's fine. Get him a couple plays, a carry or 2 maybe, but at least have him in, have him get some pass blocking. It's not the same because it's not Patrick Mahomes, but we should have everyone out there that can play. This is a brand new team. This really is. Mm-hmm. This is the newest team we've seen in the Mahomes era.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you'd like to see a little gelling and a little continuity. Yeah,
at least since 22.
Right, and we'll see. The series Saturday because that's what Andy did. Listen, the starters will play the first half. One series.
5 minutes.
1 series in 5 minutes. Who do you think is the most important player to fix this offense? Because for me, the entire offense this year starts and ends with Ken Walker III. And I'm not putting pressure on him. I'm saying him and that position more than anything. The 4 running backs that they have. I mean, right now, you're looking at a running back room that's the best that Andy Reid has ever had in Kansas City with Ken Walker, rookie Emmett Johnson. Brashard Smith is doing some good things right now. This DeMercado guy may not even make the team, So you've got yourselves a great group of running backs right now. And for me, the success and failures of this offense is all going to be predicated on how effective the running game is this year. And if it's not effective, then this offense isn't going to be that good. And if it's not effective, then we ask ourselves, why? Why wasn't it effective? Because now you have the talent. You have a Super Bowl MVP. You got what everybody says is a great offensive line. Why wasn't it effective? Did Andy run the ball? Did he do those things? Then you get into those conversations. So I think Kenneth Walker is the lead dog for me to make sure that this offense is successful. But I will put that whole running back group in there as well because I think they're going to have a big say and should have a big say in the success and failures of this team.
Yeah, DeMercado, another name that we probably should see this upcoming week. He's been running with the 2s and the 1s a lot of the time, and he is the quote-unquote best pass blocker of the 3 guys not named Ken Walker. And the Chiefs usually carry 4 running backs on the team, so I imagine he's going to be a part of this rotation in some form. I'm with you on the Ken Walker, the starting and ending. I get it. Like he is extremely important to this offense succeeding.
Yeah.
But as far as fixing the offense is concerned, like I still am going to put it on Rashee Rice in this passing game because it does start and end with what 15 does. Yes, we're going to need Ken Walker, and there's going to be games where he does have 25 carries. But there will be a lot of games, and I know this isn't what a lot of people want to hear, but there will be games where he has 12 to 16 carries. And it's going to be 30 or 40 passes from Patrick Mahomes, and that's going to be number 4. He's going to need Rashee Rice to be open, be reliable. He only had 3 drops last season, but the 3 drops were in big moments. Remember from Rashee Rice, they were huge drops. You felt them way bigger. You look at the stats. Wow, he only really dropped 3 passes. Yeah, but they were on third downs. They were in big moments against big teams in the fourth quarter. We can't have that from the number one wide receiver on this team. He was on pace for 1,200 or 1,300 yards last season. I want that to be him this year. If it's 1,100 because of the knee injury, maybe starts off a little slower the first couple weeks, that's fine. But this offense needs a 1,000-yard receiver. They haven't had one since Tyreek Hill. This is the year to break that streak, and I think Rashee Rice is the one to do it, and he is going to be the one who's on the field the most as far as receivers are concerned. He's going to be on the field more than anyone besides Ken Walker. And Patrick Mahomes and the offensive line.
Well, I'll say this about Mr. Rice out there getting the job done, making sure he catches the balls when he needs to catch the balls. His job becomes easier if the running game's effective.
100%.
It really does.
No doubt.
I mean, football is such a great game because everything has an impact on everything else.
It's all connected.
I mean, it really is. Like, and you can say there, I don't believe that. Yes, if I don't play well on defense, then I'm forcing my offense to have to play a different game than they anticipated playing in that game today. Or if I'm playing great on defense and I'm getting 3 and outs and my offense is going 3 and out, well, now I'm gassed on defense. I can't continue to get these 3 and outs if you're not going to keep the ball. So there's no other sport, maybe basketball, I don't know, but I think football, where it's just so complementary, where everything really truly does affect everything else. Whether you're playing offense, defense, or special teams, it doesn't matter. Everything has an impact on everything else. And so for me, I would love Rashee Rice to be this guy, but he can't be that guy until Andy Reid allows Kenneth Walker to be that guy, which in turn will allow Rashee Rice to be that guy. To me, that's the transitive property in all of this, because if they become one-dimensional, whatever that dimension is, it ain't going to work.
Over under 18.5 carries week 1 for Ken Walker.
Is that the number?
No.
Oh.
I just made it up. Feel like it was a decent number.
I'm going to say over, but I'm also going to say, you know what they're also going to tell you? Well, he's going to have touches. And no, it does not count. Running back catches this year, I don't care about, because that does not mess with the defense.
Yep.
Running the football is what keeps the defense honest, not I hate the RPO. The RPO is kind of getting like analytics with me in baseball.
Well, yeah,
I'm out.
The game changed. The game changed. Andy Reid was the one who brought it into the league, and it was fantastic for those first few years, and it was what propelled this offense. But now it has changed. Defenses have caught up. It is time to run the football. The run pass thing that they always talk about. Oh yeah, we've got these plays in our play.
The run is extension of the pass.
Yeah, we got pass runs. Like no, runs and passes.
Right.
Yes.
We got to separate that stuff. I'm not in on the. Well, he had 37 touches. Yeah, there were 2 rushes.
Yeah.
No. I need rushes from Ken Walker. So yeah, I'll take the over, because it has to be. I think it has to be the over.
I think week 1 is an over. It's the Broncos. It's that pass rush. It's Mahomes' first game. I'll go over 18.5. I think he has 20 carries that first game. They really use him.
Yeah. What channel is that game on? ESPN, right?
That'll be Monday night. Yeah, ESPN.
Because I could see Collinsworth going, see, Mike? Now you see why he was the Super Bowl MVP.
Mike. Yeah. He's so good.
Troy Aikman. Kind of reminds me of Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, exactly. Always.
Right?
Always.
Hey, did you see Emmitt in the locker room, though? Yes, because his son's a running back on the team for the Chiefs.
Yes, I did. That was awesome.
How cool. Emmett and his wife were in there pointing to their son's name. I kind of shed a tear a little bit. That's a proud parent moment.
That was really cool.
That's special, man.
That is.
Greatest running back maybe ever is hanging out in the Chiefs locker room and pointing to his son's locker. Like that. Come on now. Get goosebumps thinking about that. And I don't like Emmitt Smith because he's a cowboy. But I love him because he's a dad.
Because he's a dad.
He's a dad.
And it seems like a really good one, too.
Yeah, and it changes your whole perspective on everything. It really does. Coming up here on 96.5, The Fan. Oh, look, gamesmanship going on in San Francisco, and I got to be honest with you, I love them for doing it. We'll tell you what's going on next.
Good morning, Kansas City. It's Ken Walker III, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, the summer gets super hot, so now you need to get a Super Light. That's right. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drinks flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. And ooh, that blue chill is money, baby. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light delivers a refreshing taste that's perfect for any occasion. From the golf course to the bar, at night, at the concert, a day at the ballpark, Super Light is here for the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. You must be 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and driving in this area means navigating everything from busy metro traffic to open Midwest roads, so having the right auto insurance really matters. With AAA, switching today means you could save up to 21% on your auto insurance. AAA offers trustworthy protection, personalized coverage options, and customer service that gives you real peace of mind. And when you bundle policies or insurance multiple vehicles, you can save even more. Visit AAA.com. That's AAA.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000.
Baseball fans, America's pastime is a game of decisions. Fastball or sinker, swing big or play small ball. And FanDuel is bringing that same strategy to every Dinger Tuesday with Choose Your Own Reward. Customization that transforms how you experience the game. Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Or you can go option 2. It's a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no cost. Whatever your style, you are in control. Make your choice and the reward will be ready to use instantly on your next home run bet. So visit FanDuel.com/local now to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs, FanDuel, an official partner of MLB and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whether I'm setting up the ultimate tailgate or hosting a watch party, game day is all about the Chiefs and keeping it stress-free. That's why I go to Hy-Vee. They make planning a breeze with everything you need in one convenient stop. We're talking about tailgate trays packed with sliders, wings, charcuterie, sushi, appetizers, and those iconic Chiefs-themed cookies. Plus, a massive wine and spirits department to top off your beverage order. Let Hy-Vee handle the work. Just order online for pickup or delivery. It's a total game changer, only at Hy-Vee.
Back to school savings start now at Hy-Vee's 3-day sale. Stock up and save big this Friday through Sunday with hot deals in every department. Meat, produce, bread, cereal, and snacks. Want an easier way to shop? Order on the Hy-Vee app or at Hy-Vee.com. Choose pickup or delivery and we'll do the shopping for you. Save time, save money. Shop your way during the back to school sale this weekend only at Hy-Vee.
Back to wrap it up on a Tuesday morning here on 96.5 The Fan. Alex and Cody are up in St. Joe. They'll get you at 10 o'clock. Jake Bringingstool will be over with them today as we get closer and closer and closer to the end of training camp up in St. Joe. Should end this week, if I'm not mistaken, right? And everybody's back for their games, and then they bring the camp over here to Arrowhead for the last couple of weeks before we get set for the start of the regular season. So, St. Joe, take care. You know, that went fast. I'm sure not for the guys that are practicing every day. It doesn't go fast. But for me, I'm like, man, that was a quick trip up there to St. Joe. So this will be the last week for it.
Yep, last day Thursday.
And pour one out for St. Joe.
See you later, St. Joe.
And then they travel on, I would imagine, Friday to get to the game, play Saturday, come back, obviously, and then get set in here at Arrowhead.
And you're back until the season, maybe.
You're back to the season, and you got that game on Friday at Arrowhead, a week from Friday. And so then after that, it's time to kind of focus in and get ready to go. This San Francisco stuff, as good as the L.A. stuff is getting right now with ownership and sports out there, that is... I mean, season 3 of the Righteous Gemstones is happening right before our eyes with this Bus family stuff right now, right? There's 6 siblings. 5 of them voted yesterday to sell the rest of the Lakers, and Jeannie Buss is like, nope, my vote supersedes everything. We're keeping the team. She's hired, who did I say, Barry Manilow? Barbara Streisand's son. Son is the lawyer. So now Streisand's involved, which is great. And she's telling everybody her vote matters more than anybody's, and she's not selling the team. So you've got that drama. The actual owner of everything LA sports, the Dodgers and the Lakers, that guy's getting, he's screwed because he's had to sell 3 professional sports teams basically in the last week because the Dodgers will be up for sale next. So that mess is going on out there in LA. And then down the road in San Francisco, not only do you have 20 guys that are hurt, you've got a power station that is killing people down there injury-wise to their football team. And now Christian McCaffrey raises his hand and goes, I think I need some more money.
Yeah, sorry. We've got this evil substation. Yeah, you're going to have to pay me some more. It's ridiculous.
So Christian McCaffrey is out with tightness. And Pro Football Talk, this is why I love the Mike Florio stuff, he's saying that a lot of people out there are calling it a hold-in for Christian McCaffrey because he's reading the room right now, right? He's looking around and saying, yeah, I've outplayed my current deal. There's no question about that. 95% of the weapons on this team are hurt. The coach is injured, for God's sakes.
I know, I'm glad he's back.
Got the substation over here doing their thing. All these other running backs just got paid. Yeah, I got to pull.
Yeah, sorry, I got a leg. Sorry, man.
And I'm here for this because if I'm Christian McCaffrey, this is the last chance you're going to get, most likely, to get paid.
Yeah, this would be, if I was the GM, if I was John Lynch of the Niners, then I wouldn't be liked as a GM a lot of the time because I would be trading players.
Yeah.
I'd be trading Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey would be traded right now.
Christian McCaffrey is
I'm glad you're on my side with this because I trade everybody.
Christian McCaffrey's gone. George Kittle. He's 32. He's coming off an Achilles tear. I'm trading him.
Yeah, he's got a non-guaranteed $12.5 million, and then they have an out after this season. Do the San Francisco 49ers with Christian McCaffrey.
So this is the time to do
it. This is the actual time to trade Christian McCaffrey.
No, this is the time to trade Christian McCaffrey. He's, 30 years old or so? He's a running back, which means he's 60. He's been an MVP candidate these last 2 seasons. You are selling high on Christian McCaffrey. Your window's closed, man. Your window's closed. We're talking about Devon Stribling as your best wide receiver this season, which for fantasy football players that sounds great, but that's not what we really want. So the window's done. You're done. The NFC is going to be taken over by the Seahawks and the Rams in your division. By the way,
yeah.
We haven't even talked about the NFC North, which got some teams that are going to contend as well. I'm just kind of the Cowboys are going to be good. I'm just you should sell on these teams. Sell on these guys right now. Restart.
Look, man, every team should do that.
Yes.
In any sport.
Yes.
When you're up against it and you got a couple of valuable assets and you don't see yourself winning, move.
Yep.
Trade these guys. I love the fact that you said trade Christian McCaffrey because I get behind that right away. You have to know when to bounce out of players. Being a GM, as you mentioned, is hard. There's no question it's hard. You have to evaluate basically every single player in that sport and figure out where they are and where they're going. And it's one thing to say, I think this guy's going to be good. But the hardest job of a GM is understanding when a guy has maxed out and move on from him. And I've always said, and the best GMs will tell you, You'd rather be a year too early on getting rid of a guy than a year too late.
Bill Belichick.
Yes, that's a Belichick thing, right?
That's the Belichickism.
Yeah. You'd rather be a year too early than a year too late. And fans have a hard time understanding that. Believe me, I know. I've suggested trading everybody in the city and have no problem suggesting trading everybody because that's what's going on. Teams get calls all the time about every single player that they have. And you have to listen, you have to talk, you have to have those conversations because if you just immediately say no, you don't know what you're passing up. You don't know what the opportunity is out there. And so you've got to listen to everything. I think you're right about trading Christian McCaffrey. Now is the perfect. That's a great point by you.
And you could get some really
I'm
good
mad I didn't think of that one.
You could get some really good stuff for Christian McCaffrey. I mean, you could get potentially a first-round pick for a guy like Christian McCaffrey. A contender would step up. Or
would you make a trade for Christian McCaffrey? If you were another team, would you trade for him? And what would you give up? Because I don't think you're getting a first-round draft pick for a 30-year-old
for a 30-year-old running back. You get a second-round pick though. For Christian McCaffrey, he was an MVP candidate last year. He's an Offensive Player of the Year candidate every year. I think you're getting a second-round pick for him, and probably a fourth or a fifth-round pick. Just off the top of my head, NFL trades are so weird, so it's not like NBA. But yeah, I would trade for him if I was a contender who needed a running back. I'm trying to think about who that guy is.
Would you trade for him if you're the Chiefs?
No, they have Ken Walker. But if they didn't have Ken Walker, I almost said something else. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I would. Like, even if I'm the Rams, like, hey, do you want Kyron Williams?
Wow. I just asked Gemini what a fair trade value is for Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
And I'm just going to read you what they say, okay? Trading McCaffrey would yield a return significantly below what the 49ers originally gave up to acquire him, a second, third, fourth, and fifth round pick. Now, boy, he's 6 years younger then, right?
Yeah.
The expected return realistically centers on a day 2 draft pick, third round, or a conditional mid-round pick that can elevate to a second rounder along with major financial relief.
So a second rounder, maybe.
Third round pick, conditional on realistic benchmark, a third round pick plus a conditional fifth round pick. Best case scenario, late second round pick. Player plus pick package would be a fourth round pick plus a quality depth player. You're not going to get a lot for Christian McCaffrey, it sounds like. Again, 30-year-old running back with an out after this year on his contract, you know?
It's way less than what they had, but if you
can't. You're never going to get back.
What you gave up, and they didn't. They didn't succeed. Right? They didn't get to the Super Bowl. They got to the Super Bowl.
Well, they went to 2 Super Bowls with McCaffrey, right? Just one. Mm-hmm. The first Chiefs Super Bowl, they didn't have Christian McCaffrey.
No.
Oh,
no, they did not.
Okay.
So this was overall fail. Like, you made a couple NFC championships, you made 1 Super Bowl. This is the time now to sell. And if you can get a second round pick and a fifth round pick, I would do that. If you can,
what about a third and a fifth? Though that's the realistic benchmark. Third and fifth.
No, I need it to be a second round pick.
Yeah,
I need it to be a second round pick for Christian McCaffrey. 913 says the Broncos should call. 100% they should. Yes.
Hey, no, they should not.
No, they shouldn't. But I know what you mean. Absolutely.
No, it's a great call by you. But no, don't give anybody any ideas.
No, yeah, don't do that. Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. But yeah, if I'm a contender, like if I'm, I don't know, like the Packers and Josh Jacobs is a little bit older, like. Yeah, I'm calling him if I'm I don't know, and trying to do
Bills?
that. James Cook's so good.
Yeah.
James Cook's so good.
But I'm just thinking the lack of weapons, you know.
Yeah, I mean.
Who's the wide receiver they got this year? DJ Moore, right?
DJ Moore.
They're making a big deal. Oh, DJ Moore. It was a down and out pattern for 7 yards, and they're like, you could see the connection these two have. It was a freaking basic football play.
Yeah, it was simple. It is going to help them, but it's like...
So that's what I'm saying. They're trying to hype up options. Maybe they don't have options in Buffalo other than James Cook.
And, you know, if you're the Bills, you just get Christian McCaffrey and James Cook and use McCaffrey or Cook, whichever one's not the running back at that time, as a wide receiver. They're both so good at catching passes and running routes. That would actually be awesome.
Not for us.
No, not for us.
Not for us at all. So... No, that's interesting to potentially trade Christian McCaffrey. I like that, but I also love the fact that he's holding out on this one. And you may see Christian McCaffrey at some point too say, you know what? I don't want to be traded. I want to stay here. And then he ends up staying there. But thinking about potentially moving on from Christian McCaffrey at the age of 30 with this year and an out year after this contract year and a bigger contract hitting the books, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, Max. Great point. I'd trade him too.
Fun day, Bob.
Yes, it was. We'll be back tomorrow. Alex and Cody are up next. They are in St. Joe. Drew, keep them in line because he's the brains of the operation. They're next.